gotta understand that the Democrats right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying they's all bad. Cause that Mamdani guy, he's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that woke gay empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by James, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Riverboat me, riverboat me. Hello, how we doing, everybody? How we doing? Hello, Lydia Wilderman, or Wilderman, as the case might be. Hello, Uncle Simric. Hello, Cloud Dancer 23. Hello, YouTuber Grudge. Hello, Queenie. Hello, Cardstock Caster Game Design. There we go. Hello, Odd Spectre. Hello, Jenny. Ah! Hello, Morbid Corpse. Hello, Webmage101. Hello, 9-Inch Toenails. Hello, Sup Mag at 1991. Hello. How we doing, Sheepish T-Rex? Hello. Sup, the Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Runestone Druid. Hello, Kiba and Defer. Hello, The Last Homely House. Hello, Jessica Davis. Hello, Quinn Decker. Hello, Bree Dragonis. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Sports Jazz Fan. Hello. How we doing, Storm? Hello, Nimbleline. Hello, YouTuber Grudge. Ah, you got me. You got two hellos. Hello, Kelsey5 Alive. Hello, Nocturnal 8999. Hello, Just to Be Here. Hello, a raccoon named Spanky. Hello, Goddess Lucia. Or Lucia, as the case might be. Hello, Megan Fox's Giant Boobs. Hello, T-Lave. Hello, Celeste Player 1. Hello, Becky Dog. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Celeste Player 1. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, the Rust Bard. Hello, Ransom Ballard. Hello, Burning Sock. Hello, Mithril. Hello, Queer Devil 666. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Fuck Ice indeed. Hello, Cyberwolf.
I got bad news. We lost a legend.
I know. I know. I don't want to talk about that. I'm already bummed out enough about the news. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018, and thank you for being the first person to support the stream tonight. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Getting us off to a great start tonight. And How to Be Epic, thank you for the 200 biddies over on Twitch. Let's go, folks. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, Penny Ann T. Hello, Sparrows in the Snow. Hello, Q-Berry Shortcake. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. Hello. This is true. I won't be here for long though. I'm sorry. I do need to get started earlier. It's just life's been taking up a lot of time. Hello, Screech. Hello, Mr. Malachite. Hello, Akumi. Hello, Superjet Guy. Hello, Werix. Hello, Forlorn79. Hello, Gila Monster. Hello, the Blackbone Network. Hello! How we doing, Caranale? Hello, Sports Jazz Fan. You got 2 hellos. Hello, CMH006. Let's go. Oof. I'm in a lot of pain today, so I apologize if I'm a little bit slow. I pulled something in my back, I think. I don't know. Hurts a lot though. How we doing, folks? I mean, I know what this stream is titled, so I know, I think things are, your mileage may vary today, but hello, Ella. Fatigued? Yeah, it's been a hell of a week. It's been a hell of a week. It's only Monday. God damn it. Yeah, we lost Sam Neill. We today sucks. But, we do our best. I was just talking last week about how much I love Sam Neill. He posted so many delightful things from his little farm, where he just hung out with animals and was delighted by them constantly. Wait, is that why people were talking about him? Yeah. And it was 1,000,000 degrees, true. What, Sam? Sam Neill from Jurassic Park. We lost Mary Morello as well. It's true, but I didn't know who Mary Morello was before the obit dropped, so I'm more sad about Sam Neill, because fucking everybody knows who Sam Neill is. More people probably should know who Mary Morello was, but I didn't know shit about her. No offense to her. She seems like a nice lady. Who's Sam Neill? He's the main guy from Jurassic Park. And also, like, so many other great movies. Penny Duncan, congrats on wearing your first dress today. Who's Sam Neill? God damn, you guys make me sad. He's also in The Mouth of Madness, Event Horizon. Like, guys, come on. He played Merlin. The Life Finds a Way. No, God, no. The guy who gives a crazy good monologue about velociraptors opening up the stomach of a child, and he delivers it with just so much sincerity. He's so good. Yeah, here we go. I'm sure this will get me clapped, but
Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do
This
with
guy.
reptiles. Look at the pubic bone, turned backward, just like a bird. Look at the vertebrae, full of air sacs and hollows, just like a bird. And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
That doesn't look very scary.
It's a pistol.
More like a 6-foot turkey.
I love the way he channels his hatred of children into this monologue.
Turkey, huh?
Oh, no.
Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey as you enter a clearing. He moves like a bird, lightly bobbing his head. And you keep still because you think that maybe his visual acuity is based on movement, like T-Rex, and he'll lose you if you don't move. But no, not Velociraptor. You stare at him, and he just stares right back. And that's when the attack comes, not from the front, but from the side. From the other two raptors, you didn't even know were there. Because Velociraptor's a pack hunter, you see. He uses coordinated attack patterns, and he is out in force today.
I love that in the context of this scene, right? He's doing this in front of an entire crowd of people, presumably this kid's parents as well. And they're all just like perfectly fine with this weird like paleontologist like getting really into it and then getting really mad and pacing around their child while everyone just silently watches. Like, it's, if you saw someone behaving like this to your child, you would like snatch them away and call the police. But like here it just works.
And he slashes at you with this 6-inch retractable claw, like a razor, on the middle toe. He doesn't bother to bite your jugular like a lion, say. No. He slashes at you here, or here.
Well.
Or maybe across the belly, spilling your intestines. The point is, you are alive when they start to eat you. So, try to show a little respect.
Okay.
He's just so good. He sells it. He absolutely sells it. That kid actor now has PTSD. Indeed. That scene is he's just so good. All right. Anyway, rip Sam Neill. Also, y'all should go watch In the Mouth of Madness. It's really good. And you know what? I know people rag on it a lot, but watch Event Horizon as well, because I think actually Sam Neill is very fun in that movie. All right, folks. You guys ready to dive into some content? Wait, he was in Peaky Blinders? Yeah, he was one of the enemies of the Peaky Blinders in Peaky Blinders. He was the guy. He was really fucking good in Peaky Blinders too. Just like a really creepy ass motherfucker. Peaky Blinders? Yeah, that you got it. Nailed it. Your dad thinks Satan put dinosaurs in the ground to deceive good Christians into believing Earth is millions of years old? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, Story of the Bard. I did see that. I haven't responded yet. I'm slow to respond. I apologize. Um do We're back to being somewhat social again? Hell yeah. All right. Boo! Here we go, folks. Before we get too far into the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and do consider supporting the show. Hit those, hit the dono button. Donos are nice. Donos are good. And I also just want to say, you guys did shatter our previous goal, so we are going to be doing some what if alt history at some point this week. I don't know which day of the week we'll be doing it, but it is coming. Probably not today. But yeah, you guys did it. And I am what's the other thing? Oh yeah, I'm gonna have a new goal counter. Hell yeah. Parisian Greco, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Very much appreciated. And with you and Comrade Girl 2018's powers combined, we are now at 7. Vert chat login is glitching. Oh, K-Cat, I'm sorry. Maybe one of the mods in Riverboat chat can help you out with that. Is that the dude who did psychedelics and thought he was God? Rudyard? Yes, yes, that is the same guy. See ya, Spancom Cat. Vert chat is cursed. Confirmed. Aye, there be monsters about, lurking in the depths of Vert chat. Told only after a warm fire and too many mugs of ale. Eventually, there will be monsters in Vert chat, but right now, vertical chat is actually pretty chill. There isn't enough weed on Earth to make me feel okay with TS. I mean, that seems like a skill issue on your part. Let's see here. All right. Y'all ready? You jinxed it? Maybe. All right. Here we go, folks. So, folks, great news, everybody. It turns out that Donald Trump has pulled back a bit on the constant assault on trans rights in America. Just a little bit. This is some excellent news. HHS abandons threat to withhold Medicare and Medicaid funding over trans care. So this is a pretty big win. You know, it's not, of course, permanent. They are going to continue to attack trans people, but they are no longer seeking to finalize a proposed rule that would have blocked all Medicaid and Medicare funding for hospitals that provide pediatric gender affirming care. So this is a major win, or at least a temporary win, um, for trans kids across the United States. This was maybe this was like the Death Star threat hanging over healthcare for trans kids, and this being like taken off the table, at least for now, is really, really good news, especially considering, you know, how fluid things are in the Senate right now, and the panic that is beginning to set in as midterms get closer and closer. The Republican window of opportunity to do more terrible things is maximized right now while they have a majority in the House and Senate. They are no longer going to have at least a majority in the House by the time this election is over. So they are really eager to get as much done as they can, and the fact that they have retreated on this for now is it's some of the best news we could hope for here. So yeah, a lot of bad things are happening right now, but I did want you all to know that there are good things happening too. And it is a reminder that when we fight, it actually does matter. When we actually stand up, when we actually go out there and we say, nah, we are not going to comply with this, this is bullshit, it works. It works. Because if Republicans could have gotten away with getting rid of trans healthcare entirely, they would have done it. The fact that people stood up, put up a fight, put on pressure, made this prohibitively achievable, you know, for Republicans. And that is a really, really good thing. Okay? So, all that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about this. And also, folks, do consider checking out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. And you should check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Stuff just got restocked. New color available. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link in the description. And last but certainly not least, get organized, folks. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Get involved today because you need to get more involved to maximize the amount of leverage that you can bring to bear. You can make more differences along the lines of protecting local trans healthcare. There was so much resistance to it that it no longer became an achievable goal. Enough people stood up and said no, and that has meant the world for every trans kid in America. So please do get involved with your local politics. It's really vitally important. It can feel like banging your head against a solid brick wall, but it is important. It does matter, and it can save lives. So if you need help doing that, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. We can help you get involved. Please take advantage of our offer. So, all that being said, let's keep on going. Let's do it. Oof.
Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascists did. Why haven't you?
I did, and I pulled a muscle in my back. It hurts a lot. Uncle Simric, thank you for being a member for the past 20 months. And thank you for being a mod. Very much appreciate it. Hello, Paladin Lost. All right. Now let's talk. I don't know if I want to talk about this one. You know what? I will. I'll do it. I'll do it quick. And folks, we are at 8 subs. Thank you for supporting the show, folks. Let's keep on going. Let's just jump right into it. So, folks, I just want to say, for the umpteenth time, it was never about women's sports. And what do I mean by that, right? The attack on trans youth in America and trans people more broadly in America has been directed along the line of we need to protect the vulnerable, cisgender girls and women from the awful, violent, trans woman menace. That's always what it's been about. They keep talking about it. They make a big deal about it. It's all about fairness. It's all about, making sure that competition is okay and fair, equitable. But the second they won on that trans youth sports case in front of the SCOTUS, it's been like 2 weeks or so. It's been like 2 weeks. It's an immensely short amount of time. And Heritage Foundation is already pushing shit like this. Title IX's failed experiment: why accommodating sex differences beats engineered parity. So the problem now is not just, trans women in sports are unfair for cis women. Now the attack is squarely on what has allowed women's sports to begin existing. Title IX allowed women's sports to become a thing. And when they are talking about engineered parity, they're talking about how the feminist movement fought for equality. And they think that what they're saying here, what Scott Yenor, PhD, has to say here, is that, well, you don't understand. Women are just genetically different from men, and that genetic difference leads to inherently different behavior. And therefore, maybe we shouldn't have things like Title IX. Maybe we shouldn't have, parity in professions between men and women. Maybe we shouldn't have all of this because honestly, your desire, if you're a woman, your deep abiding desire to be a trad wife, that's genetic. That's essentially what he's arguing here. A dumb broads kind of guy. Yeah, he's the kind of guy who goes out there and says we can't have a woman president because women are too emotional. And what this shows is that this was never going to stop with transphobia. It was going to continue into outright misogyny because it's a desire to control men and women's bodies. It's a desire to control human life as Republicans see fit. And it is, and has always been, about way more than just the sports. Because Title IX doesn't just facilitate the existence of women's sport in America. It is responsible for so many other calls for social equality. It has wide sweeping ramifications. And so all of this is just a huge attack on essentially the organizational structures that have emerged in society in the era, like the post third wave feminism, you know? The Feminist Educative Project, for leading feminists inspired by thinkers like Beauvoir and others. Expanding competitive sports for women was never merely about fairness or opportunity. Promoting assertive athletics formed a core element of a broader project to make female character itself, producing a new woman who would be more aggressive, assertive, dominant, and less deferential, less graceful, less oriented toward motherhood and traditional feminine graces. Like, dude, dog is talking about this because he thinks the natural state of women is one that is less aggressive, less assertive, less dominant, more deferential, more graceful, more oriented towards raising young, and feminine grace. It is the idea that the gendered idea of womanhood that they have, they want to impose that on everybody. They want to force it upon you. We've talked a lot about the Biden feminization camps. We haven't really talked that much about MAGA feminization camps. Because in MAGA world, you guys have to understand, they deeply, deeply, deeply desire forced feminization. It's just that they desire forced feminization when it comes to women. They want all women to basically be like the cartoon character trophy wives they've dreamed into being while wanking themselves. Like that's effectively like a bunch of these Republicans grew up watching G.I. Joe, never mentally progressed, and just see women as literal action figures they bought and traded. And this is I think pretty apparent in their rhetoric. Like that's the kind of thing here that they're doing. Like this opens up, we're not going to read through this entire thing because honestly I would never want to subject any of you to it. It's stupid from the word go, though. It opens up with talking about Amane Khalif yet again, and misgendering Amane Khalif, who is a woman, an intersex woman, and like it just like that's where it starts, and it's all downhill from there. It's all down there from there. Downhill from there. This is Stepford Wives level of gibberish. Well, that's the thing, right? Because the idea of what the Stepford Wives was based on is unironically the idea that modern Republicans have right now about women. Like it's really I struggle to talk about this because it's almost, they're like cartoon villains. They're cartoon villains. Like this is some basic bitch Captain Planet nonsense. Like it's almost like you see a guy just like cackling to himself, twirling a mustache and like throwing a bunch of toxic waste into the town well. And like that's what these guys do, just like for their job. It's been so accepted in Republican circles that they just come right out and say women aren't as good as men. It's weird. God. Like, this just kind of goes to prove every single time that I've been coming out here saying, like, it's never been about trans sports for these people. It's never going to stop there. It was a convenient wedge issue developed by Christopher Rufo, and adopted by the wider GOP as a talking point. I feel like I scream it into the void. And there is a certain contingent of folks who don't necessarily believe that. And it's really frustrating to immediately be proven correct. Like, if you think you're, like, safe because you're one of the good ones to these people, that safety is illusory, you know? It's really, really frustrating. Oh, is it not even confirmed that Amani Khalif is intersex? God. The reporting on that was shameful. Around that was shameful. Once again, if your cis kids lose in a competition to trans kids, your cis kids suck. Tell those kids to get good and get them some bronze medal Taco Bell. True. God. So, anyway, that's where we're at. You know, the organization behind Project 2025 is now hopping on board the, you know, Title IX was a mistake, and equal representation in different career fields between men and women is a stupid idea to pursue. It's really stupid. It's really fucking stupid. But that's where we're at. This is America in 2026. Anyway, if you got anything out of that, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, and do consider dropping those subs and donos, folks, and get organized. It is only through sustained resistance and political engagement that we get out on the other end of this in one piece. All right? So, folks, get organized. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Kick those corporate Dems out of office. And, folks, if you need help doing that, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Hello, decent-looking moth. Welcome to your first live stream. Hope you have a good time. Decent-looking moth. I try to start out every live stream by, you know, saying hello to everybody, and I do read all the chats, you know, as well as I'm able. Do I need to buy the non-tucking lingerie to be a sub? I mean, no. It's all good, decent-looking moth. You all good? Hey, Sisyphus. All right. And folks, we've been going for about an hour now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible. Could not do it without your financial support. Very much appreciate those who make this show possible. So, do remember to click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Ryan Baby, thank you very much for the gifted membership. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. I will Dustin the Damned. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And that brings us to 10. Let's go. All right. Also... Oh yeah, Alex, I got your DM. I need to respond to it. I'm just bad at responding to things. Was gonna do it today, but there was a family emergency during my work hours. All right. El Salve, thank you for the $5 Australian. I wonder if Assman Mold would think this ice murder today was based or something. Almost certainly. There's very little that could be done by ice to fully sate that man's bloodlust. I haven't thought about him in a hot minute though. Let's honestly, there's like a chance he's already talked about this on his show, right? Was this it? No.
5-star.
Okay, no, this is just like him. This is just him reacting to like random cop footage. God. One of the most viewed fucking political pundits on YouTube. This man. Jesus Christ. So it does not look like he's talked about it yet, but give him like 6 to 12 hours. I'm sure he will. Oof. Petrazi 1920. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. Very much appreciated. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Let's go. How do we know Asmongold wasn't astroturfed? Because I think he was a streamer for a long time before he became like a political pundit. You know, like he was big with World of Warcraft for a long time. I don't know if he's botting now, but like I have no reason to disbelieve that he's as big as like or is at least naturally very large. He's too stupid to be astroturfed. That, you know, that's a very good point. You know, that would take some extra work on his part.
But what if ICE reunited Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell, and Donald Trump? Wouldn't that make the Roach King happy?
Of course.
Of course!
In space!
Space!
He is but turf, indeed. God. Here's some bits as penance for not following sooner. Ah, Melatonale, hello! Alright. So. There we go. Butt turf? Oh no. I've been duped. Okay. Let's talk, you know, we're already talking about it. Let's jump into the like I'm just gonna say it's like a goddamn execution.
You have to see how Roach Man reacts to water.
Oh god, did he like do like a review of water because he forgot what it tasted like? Was he literally living out here like Frodo in the final act of Return of the King? Like he was literally out there forgetting what water tasted like, or like the taste of strawberries or some shit. God. Also, thank you for the $5 dono, comrade girl.
That's better. Wow. Who the fuck drinks this shit? Yeah, I just
Now that has to be a joke. That has to be a joke. There's no way that's real. There's no way he's not fronting for the camera, guys. Which, granted, I understand the skepticism considering the blood wall and the rat clock. Some people can't stand the taste of water. Man, like it's the entire substance your body's made out of. It's like 99%. It's like crazy how much water you have in you. What did he do? He didn't like water. Drink your water, folks.
Hashtag unfortunate.
Raccoons can be gay, but as far
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, and also this is very homophobic of raccoons.
raccoons can be gay, but as far as we're aware, they cannot be lesbians. Hi, I'm a raccoon biologist. Happy last day of Pride Month. Let's talk about raccoon sexuality. I'm back in my room because my girls were distracting me. Anyway. Raccoon social behavior is fascinating. It was once thought that raccoons were purely solitary animals, but we know now that that is not true. Raccoons are absolutely wonderful mothers and will create very tight-knit social groups with their offspring, and siblings will form very close relationships with one another. If possible, raccoon mothers and babies will stay together until the babies are about a year and a half old, well past weaning. And in the case of critically endangered pygmy raccoons in Cozumel, daughters may stay with their mothers even longer, hanging out with their mother's new babies, playing with their mom's hair, and stealing her mom's food. Big mood. And male raccoons are known to share territories with other males, and in the winter they will literally hole up in trees together and snuggle up. However, from what we scientists know, the way that raccoon social behaviors work, female raccoons do not befriend other non-related female raccoons in the traditional sense. In captivity, if female raccoons bond with one another, their relationship is familial. For example, the 2 raccoons that I have here, Moonshine and Alabama, their relationship perfectly mimics an adult female raccoon and her daughter who has decided not to leave the nest. Lammy literally still makes baby noises when she's nervous, hoping that Moonshine will defend her. And Moonshine will smack her when Lammy tries to steal her food. I have seen plenty of raccoons having relationships that perfectly mimic those bonds that siblings have.
They're too bigoted to be lesbians.
Because socially speaking, a female raccoon really has no interest in her mate. It's kind of just a, I'm gonna put up with you because
I have a solution to this, though. I have a solution. I'm here to propose a solution, okay? We need to save the lesbian raccoons. We need to save them. And I think the most obvious solution is to beg Subaru to manufacture tiny raccoon-sized
Some
Subaru
info.
Crosstreks.
A lot of people who don't like the taste of water are also post-surgery, however. Like, a lot of them are post-bariatric surgery and struggle to keep it down.
That's
Aspen
true.
Gold is just a freak, though.
I mean, I think that, like... I think that, like, people in that circumstance still might like water. They just, like, it's their body's rejecting it, you know? The gay raccoons are very cute, though. I mean, they are very cute. Please, Jack, the lesbians are moving over to Mazdas. Well, with the battery life they're getting on their electric models, it's no wonder. Do you think they still make, I forgot what it... I was gonna make a joke about whether or not they had those little, devices. Carabiners. Fuck. I forgot the word carabiner. I didn't know how to describe it without using its actual name. The joke has been ruined. They do still make carabiners for Mazdas, though. There's lead in my water. One of the most unforgettable streams that I've ever done was when you guys alerted me to the fact that my drinking glass, which was a Garfield McDonald's mug, was infamously recalled in the 1980s for being incredibly toxic with lead.
This was also incredible. The AI bubble can't pop fast enough.
Oh god. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
So this college professor is currently going viral for exposing his entire Ivy League class for cheating with AI, and the data he collected is genuinely mind-boggling. Roberto Serrano is a professor at Brown, and he's been teaching this incredibly difficult math econ class for the past 20 years with an average midterm score of just 70%. So imagine his shock when this year, not only did 5 times more students enroll in his class, the average midterm score was 96%. Now for some context, there had been a shooting on Brown's campus earlier in the year, so Professor Serrano had changed the midterms format to take-home so his students wouldn't stress. But when it came time for the final, he actually decided to change it to being back in person just a few weeks before to see what would happen, and here are the results. Not only did 30% of the class just not show up, the average score was 49%, the lowest ever. Pretty much the only students who clearly weren't cheating were this person who aced both exams, and funny enough, this person who failed both. But to punish the students, Professor Serrano ended up just making the final 80% of their total grades. And he later said, "We cannot afford to have a society where young people think cheating is okay. We cannot choose to become idiots." So this college professor is currently going viral.
Yeah, I do think that the solution, unless we like completely decouple a lot of these LLMs from like the general public, the solution is in as far as education goes is going to be like handwritten shit. Like I've been hearing reports and like reading news stories about college courses where they're forbidding phones or laptops, and forcing everyone to take handwritten notes, you know, which honestly I'm kind of here for. Like I did bring my laptop to class and like take typed up notes. But like I do think there is something tactile and memorable about using your hand to like write out your notes. You know? Terrible from a disability perspective. I mean, I imagine that there will be like carve outs for folks who have disabilities, you know? But it's, you know, one of those things where like that's gonna be kind of, it's a messy and imperfect solution, you know? Trying to get ChatGPT to give you a coherent recipe is like arguing with a man currently being attacked by wasps. I forbid it in my kitchen. Absolutely. Jack, just use your hand. No, don't take me out of context like that. God. Not allowing them ever sounds painful. I mean, if it makes a difference in the academic achievement, it might genuinely be the only thing we got, you know? Just use your hand for writing. For writing, chat. Get your souls out of the gutter. That'd be a problem for me as I can't read my own handwriting. You like, man, we gotta we gotta get good scrubs. We all gotta get better. I'm sorry. So Jack, I have suffered. I've
so
taken notes
when
before,
a friend
chat.
asked me for a recipe after Chat GPT gave her a garbage one for a gluten-free pancake, and I immediately derived one.
Oh hell yeah, Sake Tanuki. But like when a niche amount of knowledge that you possess suddenly needs to get activated, it feels like how I imagine, you know, a 50 or 60-year-old, you know, granddad who's been saving every single electrical device cable throughout his entire life suddenly feels when someone in his life finally needs a cable, you know? It's like it is there is no serotonin high, you know? There's nothing that hits like that. God. Especially when it's like somebody else coming to you for help in that specific thing. Oh, fuck yeah, that's good.
With my culinary experience, I thought, Japan uses rice flour and makes fluffy pancakes. Gluten-free is definitely within that wheelhouse.
Hell yeah. Who is serotonin? Did she report to the office? Serotonin? Oh god, I'm 28 and already have been cable collecting. Same. I'm a cable collector, okay? I love it. I just have boxes of cables. And goddamn, when one
I
becomes
do kinda
necessary.
hate this professor though. He is not a social scientist and this is not proper field research. This does not take into account a lot of external factors and is such a small sample size.
For sure, but also like college professors right now are just like fucking trying their best to figure out what the hell they're gonna do. You know, when you've been entrusted with educating a room full of people who have at their disposal a tiny little machine where they just press a button and it writes an entire essay for them, it's rough.
Too late for a threesome with serotonin and melatonin?
The Tonin sisters. People haven't been talking about them. Sake, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Do you have BNC security cam connects and splitters? I do. I do not. But I've been collecting all those cables. And you know what? When one of them does come in handy, goddamn, it's great. Okay. Let's jump into this story about the ice shooting. All right? I just have to find a better source. Here we go. Y'all ready? Paladin lost.
Once a year, I go to Florida to swim with the endorphins. It doesn't involve the ocean, but it does involve a lot of bath salts. BWA.
And a suspicious amount of human flesh. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Paladin.
Melatonin and anesthetic are great sleeping aids at night. They're local women.
You know, I keep hearing my doctor talk about all these hotties and all these baddies, and I never meet them. Melatonin, anesthetic, serotonin. Who is she? Hey, Nindreen. Who here has a junk drawer? Everyone has a junk drawer. I refuse to believe there are people without junk drawers. Where else are you going to put the little $1 knickknacks you got at the latest company retreat? Don't forget about Sarah Quill. I mean, how could you forget about Sarah Quill or, you know, her brother NyQuil? This is going too far,
That would be a
chat.
great cosplay concept. Any of those names.
What we are currently in the process of doing is creating a fucking dating pantheon for
Melatonin,
for a dating
serotonin,
game.
and anesthetic are a bunch of real pro profiles.
What you guys are doing right now is you're creating a cast of characters for a great dating sim that one of you is going to put together given enough time. And honestly, I can't wait. Yeah, and Andy Desperate. God. BRB gonna do a spin-off of Date Everything that's entirely psychiatrics. There you go. Rita Lynn? Fuck. Or a pantheon of gods within an Inside Out style D&D campaign? Fuck, that's good. Date every narcotic. Starring Riverboat Jack. Yep. I'll voice it.
I'm so freakishly weird, I have no junk drawer. It's
Wow.
actually organized, and I'm paying to brag about it. It's an organized household items drawer.
That's really impressive. Genuinely. And thank you for the $5 dono, One-Eyed Weirdo. Val Eum. Fuck. Fuck. I can't. I don't. Hi, I'm Thad. Thadderall.
Ambi Ann is narcoleptic.
Oh, fuck. Sake Tanuki. That's good too. God damn, guys. Y'all, this is too good. This is too good of a premise. You're giving it away for free, chat. All right. Vic Odin. Ethan Hall. All right, I need to stop. We have to guys, we have to transition into like a really serious Oz epic. Oh god. Okay, we have to transition into a serious time. We have to transition into serious mode. We have to talk about the crushing realities of our day-to-day lives and experience underneath this despotic regime. All right. Do you need a transition too? That's the twist. We all need transitions. A transition for you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and even you.
Nobody thought about the transgender superstar? Testosterone.
I love it. Thank you for the £5, Becky Dog. Transgender for everybody.
The saddest part is all those names are better and required more thought than anything JK has thought of.
Hey now. Hey, nani, hey. Alright? You're telling me that a bear, like a name that is derived from the phrase ching chong, you mean to tell me that was a bad idea for a character? Wait, you're telling me that the lady who wrote an entire book about how slavery is good actually, and then none of the characters ever questioned that? might not have been thinking things through? Are you making a Robin Hood Men in Tights reference? No, I'm referencing the fact that there's a girl in one of the books named Cho Chang, which isn't the name. That isn't a name that exists in the world.
Wait, We need a transition. Better call Stratty. Stratty UHL.
God. What have we done? What have we become? Antibiotics. That's good. There's also one black character I can't remember right now. Yeah, his name's Kingsley Shacklebolt. God. God. Anyway.
Wait, do you have the Soviet national anthem on the soundboard? That can't be copyrighted.
I don't, because every time I've tried to play it, I have gotten hit with copyright claims. So I haven't found one that is without the copyright claim yet. Still working on it. All right.
Thanks for all the joke prescription names. Reminded me to order my meds.
Hell yeah. Folks, remember to take your meds. Maybe the Soviet anthem poorly played on a recorder? Wait, that has to exist, right?
Posted my drawer and odd and ends pics on the Discord. Will you please show it?
No. But thank you for the $5 super chat.
So ICE is up to 4 murders now unless I am wrong.
I think it might be more. This is
God,
beautiful.
I love humans. We were so great.
Right? Humans V were so great. Oh, some pizzazz! Well done. Cow. Well done, cow. God. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. What is this one? I can't make it through that one. That was actually too painful. We'll figure out. Maybe we'll have these both on rotation. Incredible stuff. All right. Can you hear the people kazoo?
Be careful, Jack. You're raising the brows of the CIA.
You know, that's frightening that is not entirely an impossibility, you know? All right. Here we go. We're going to do a massive tone shift here, and we are going to play footage of a dead body. So, just as an FYI, I'm going to turn off the alerts as we talk about this. They'll come back on. I'll read all donos, subs, etc. when we end the segment. But, yeah. We are, in fact, going to be talking about this. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. This was an actual performance in front of Putin. God, it's like the children from the Music Man are serenading him. That's fucking funny as hell. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Appreciate it. Wait, I didn't turn off the alerts over here. That was the entire point of me going over here. There we go. We did it. God, maybe we'll have this one in the back pocket as well, just for funsies. They are so gonna get executed for it? Nah, they're Egyptian. It was the Egyptian band. Which honestly makes it so much funnier. It's like they're doing it deliberately. Why does Vlad look like he's perpetually walking with a hernia? Probably because he is. All right. Y'all ready? Let's do this. Okay. So, folks, we have to talk about the fact that a man was murdered today in Maine by ICE. And it is like basically all of the details are horrific. And I am going to show you guys some footage that was posted online in the immediate aftermath of the shooting. This was shared by many different representatives in Congress. And this particular version is from Pramila Jayapal. And just to let you guys know, he's already dead in this clip as it begins. And we'll talk more about it after we play it. They just shot him. They shot him dead and rolled him out of the car and cuffed his body. And like, one might say, like, if you were a MAGA and you saw this and they're like, well, maybe he had it coming, you know? Maybe he had it coming. You know, maybe he presented a threat to the officers. You know? Maybe he was just a really bad dude. The man that they killed, his name was Joan Sebastian Guerrero, and he was not the person that ICE was looking for. And they shot him dead in his car as he was driving away, again, because he wasn't the person they were looking for. And he was here legally. It's just horrific. It's just horrific. I mean, this is reporting from the Sun Journal, which to my understanding is a local publication. The little girl was still in bluey pajamas, no older than 3. She was trying to smell the flowers. At her side, a pink rolling bag. Her father, Joan Sebastian Guerrero, had just been fatally shot and yanked from a car he'd been driving. Now he lay handcuffed in the street, where he would remain for 5 hours. You took her dad, you took her dad, a woman nearby yelled. Agents were not wearing body cameras in either shooting. This is, of course, after a shooting just occurred in Texas. Yeah, they didn't get him medical attention right away. They just left his cuffed body in the street for 5 hours. His own 3-year-old little girl watched those cops shoot her father. Like, it's truly sick. It's truly sick. The ICE has since tried to clarify. Oh, guys, hey, we were staking out the location, looking for a different person, and well, he ran, so we shot him. It is infuriating, and it got people out on the streets immediately in Maine. Can't have that music. But yeah, hundreds and hundreds of people poured out into the streets to protest this across Maine. And it's infuriating. People are just fucking angry. And I don't think that there is a single person on the left and a growing number of independents keep seeing stuff like this and thinking, this is completely unnecessary, actually. We're just killing innocent people who are going to work. You know, and this has been reported widely across the country. Zoran Mamdani put out a statement about it this morning in Biddeford, Maine. A 26-year-old man said goodbye to his wife and daughter and left for work. Moments later, he was dead, shot in the head by ICE agents. The second man ICE has killed in 6 days. ICE is killing our neighbors. ICE cannot be reformed. Abolish ICE. This should be the kind of statement that is easy for every single person in politics to make. Like, truly, this is an incredible litmus test. If you are unwilling to say abolish ICE, you have failed the moment when it comes to understanding where folks on the left are. Yeah, people marched on Susan Collins' office today. They were protesting outside of her offices. She has been getting deluged with calls And it is worth noting here that she's getting called out by other members of Congress. Jim McGovern here screenshotting her to drag her through the mud. The shooting in Biddleford requires a full and impartial investigation of what happened. It is my understanding that the Biddleford police have secured the site and that the FBI is investigating. You just voted to give these thugs another $70 billion. You're complicit in this and every other murder committed by Trump's secret police, which is true. Jim McGovern, sometimes he'd be spitting, right? And like, when we're looking at Susan Collins in particular, she has time and time and time again voted in favor of ICE, voted in favor of exactly this kind of thing, voted in favor of killing her own constituents. And yeah, she sounds very concerned. Exactly. That's all she's able to do, ever. Sounds so fucking concerned. And this problem is going to persist, right? This problem is going to persist because ICE has unimaginable levels of funding, right? Unimaginable levels of funding. And that funding is what is allowing them to do this. Their rush to spend all of that money is part of why they're doing this. It's leading to people getting killed. It's leading to people being tortured. It's leading to predictable cloggings up of our immigration system, which in turn is a massive handout to the private prison industrial complex that runs the concentration camps we've built across America. And it is getting worse all the time. All the time. Here, Midas Touch interviewed AOC briefly earlier in the day.
Congresswoman, any reaction to the ICE killings in Maine and Texas?
I'm still taking a look at all of the details, but once again, this is not... I said this a couple of weeks ago, that I would not be surprised if when ICE funding started up again, that we would start to see more civilian deaths at the hands of ICE. And that's exactly what has happened. When you open the trenches with all of this money that Republicans have now funneled to ICE without any oversight or anything, you're going to see abuses of power. And that's exactly what's happening. You notice that, we didn't see things like this happening with the same degree of regularity when we froze the ICE funds. Right. And now that they've been opened up again, we're seeing multiple incidents now. So.
Right. Thank you, Congresswoman.
Thank you.
Congresswoman, any reaction to the ICE killings in Maine and Texas?
Like, it is degrading the social fabric of the country. And not only that, I do find this incredibly revealing, all right? Here's the official statement from ICE. On July 13th, 2026, at approximately 7 a.m. Eastern Time, ICE was conducting targeted surveillance on the last known address of an illegal alien with a final order of removal. An illegal alien departed the residence in a vehicle. ICE law enforcement attempted to conduct a vehicle stop. The vehicle attempted to flee the scene and, fearing for public safety, an officer discharged his weapon. The driver of the vehicle was struck and emergency services were immediately contacted. He passed away from his injuries. The Biddeford Police Department and FBI responded to the scene. DHS OIG has been notified, and like all discharge of firearms, this will be investigated. This is a developing situation. We'll update the public when more information is available. Right? And it's worth noting a couple of things here. Number one, they're lying. Right? Just right from the get-go. The victim of their murder was not an undocumented immigrant. And number two, it is extremely, extremely important that they fucked up. Either they fucked up or they weren't willing to even float this defense. But note that when it comes to qualified immunity, the magic words that cops need to say is essentially, I feared for my life. Shooting somebody who's behind the wheel of a moving vehicle is against all kinds of use of force regulations. Because if you shoot somebody who's driving a vehicle, what happens? They go limp, their foot goes down, and that could go straight down on the gas and accelerate them in an unknown direction, potentially killing more people. And also, if they had been doing this right, they would have said he feared for his life. They're not even willing to say that because they know that this already looks damning for them. That's it. Like, they know they're kind of boned here because it's almost certain that people have more footage of this. And, like, I just, it's infuriating. And what's infuriating about it is that there are a lot of folks out there who are treating this as business as usual, and it's just not. Driving away when you're not even the target of ICE operations isn't illegal. He wasn't legally detained by them. God. And that brings us to this, right? Which is that obviously this happening in Maine during this incredibly truncated time of political jockeying to see who will inherit the Graham Plattner campaign, who will be the next, nominee for the Democrats in the upcoming midterms. It's worth noting a couple things. That obviously all of the folks who have thrown their hats in the ring seriously are likewise responding to this. But also, just yesterday, new polling came out for Troy Jackson, showing that he seems to be in the lead here. Let's see here. Jackson leads the field with about 40% of the existing Democratic support in Maine, followed up by Nirav Shah, who's still a distant second. But it got me to thinking, okay, what is Troy Jackson doing in this moment? Because I don't know that much about Troy Jackson. Okay, a lot of people outside of Maine don't. So, like, what's his deal? What's he been doing? Let's check in.
Hey everyone, we just got the sad news that it looks like there's been yet another deadly shooting, and ICE was involved. This time it was right in our backyard in Biddeford. My heart is with the people of Biddeford, the people of Maine. They need answers. We all need answers, and we deserve to know what happened here. So we're going to go down to be with the community in Biddeford at Mechanics Park at noon. If you're able to, please join us. Hey.
So, okay, so he's going out to the protest. Interesting stuff. Of course, he was joined there by Nirav Shah, Paige Loud, and Shenna Bellows, all who, again, have thrown their hats into the ring here for the primary. Pre-primary, I guess. And I'm sorry, but he should be pissed. Well, yeah. But also, this is kind of what I'm getting at here. Because I had never seen, when I was prepping this segment, I had never seen Troy Jackson talk. And he has a very different kind of charisma. The kind of charisma that I think resonates with, like, a lot of rural farming type folk. But he has good progressive stances, by and large, God, I'm beyond mad. I have friends in Biddeford. Yeah, and that's the thing. What I'm trying to get at is that guy is expressing anger. It's just not you're not picking it up necessarily as much as somebody from Maine might. Like, there is there's a quietness to rural rage, and I think you're kind of seeing it here.
Obviously, you're actively on the campaign trail right now, and ICE is a big topic. This is happening in your home state today. What were the thoughts when you woke up this morning and saw this taking place?
Well, I mean, a lot of thoughts, but I mean, like, as a former logger, I actually, knew people that get up in the morning, went to work, and didn't come back. And I just couldn't believe that, a young man going to work trying to provide for his family was killed by supposed law enforcement. I mean, they're not law enforcement. And it just comes back to what we were talking about in the governor's race, is that, they need to be arrested. Overall, this agency should be abolished, but until it is, people that violate the Constitution like that and people that murder Mainers need to be taken into and arrested. I mean, there's no room for this. I mean, everyone has to follow the Constitution, including law enforcement.
Well, we are running a little.
Like, that's kind of what I mean, right? Like, dude is like talking in the most mild-mannered way, but then he's just stating as fact, yeah, we need to abolish them, and we need to prosecute them, and anyone who does a murder needs to be held to account for it. So, like, he seems Minnesota. I do think there's a little bit of like a kindred spirit between Minnesota and Maine. I get the feeling that in Maine, a lot of things get left unsaid and then acted out over the course of 40-year-long grudges at like the family get-togethers, No, he has a very different energy level from Graham Plattner, but I think that this also very much is the kind of thing that resonates with a lot of people in Maine. This specific energy and this specific kind of matter of fact, like, yeah, and so we'll have to abolish ICE. It just is the way it is. Like stating something as if you are speaking it from like the mouth of God. You're just speaking it into being. Here is his speech at the actual event itself.
Not let this go away. We cannot stop pushing back against this hatred and this evilness. So that is my one thing that I can tell you tonight, is I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. I don't want to see this happen again, and the only way we can do that is by pushing back and making sure that we don't have any more rallies like this, because it's damn depressing, it's damn heartbreaking, and it pisses me off to no end that we have to be in a world like this, but we can't change it by standing together. And so with all of you, solidarity, let's get the ice out. Let's make a difference for people like Mr. Brown, his wife, his kid. Let's donate to the funds that he talked about.
Like, he didn't have a long time to speak, but again, he was there with like, a dozen other folks. Well, the way he corrects himself by saying, well, actually, they aren't law enforcement, is exactly how my uncle talks when he's heated but not exploding. Yeah. Like, he's as an aside comment attacking the legitimacy of the entirety of ICE's enforcement mechanism and the legality of it. Like, he sounds so bored. You gotta understand these people. You gotta understand these people are different from you. I do understand people. I'm not talking about people in general. I'm talking about these kinds of people, this sort of person. There is a cultural, like, this kind of guy is like the linchpin of like entire rural communities. Like, this is the kind of guy who's in like a small logging community and like has known guys for like 25 years. We've seen this fail for decades. What the fuck are you talking about? It works on 0 people. He's literally the leading candidate in Maine among Maine Democrats. It's silly. That's classic Mainer drawl. Yeah. And, well, you're saying it doesn't work. It clearly does. He's not boring. Lumberjack is far from boring. Yeah, I mean, he's just deliberate with his words. Doesn't sound like someone who will do anything, though. He's literally the DSA endorsed candidate because they believe he will do something. Also, I'll take somebody who's like soft-spoken and subtle who believes in abolishing ICE over somebody who's loud and brash about keeping it around and reforming it any day. I'm curious about how Susan Collins is internally feeling about her election prospects. Is she internally cursing Trump about making her state the center of grievances with the Fed? I mean, I think she's extraordinarily frustrated. Like, the last thing on earth Susan Collins wanted right before an election was her was her getting reelected to become a referendum on ICE. It's the last thing she wanted in the fucking universe, and now she's on record having voted for ICE over and over and over and over again for years and going along with the Trump administration on this. And then, oh no. Now people in Maine are pissed right the fuck off. She's probably very concerned. Yes, indeed.
We saw ICE, murder people all across this country, and now we have in our state, enough is enough. We need to abolish ICE. People that support having this type of rogue agency need to be replaced also. So the reason we're here is because a young man got killed here by ICE, and we're standing in front of Susan Collins' office. She gave ICE $70 billion to continue this rogue agency. As a state, we got to come together and say no more of this. He's got a 3-year-old daughter left behind now, and this is not the Maine or the America I want to live in. They just killed somebody today, and that is bullshit.
Like, dudes, I think he's got the grit. I think he's got it. I think he can do it. And I think that he is seriously considering the possibility that he might be able to win this, because he's been working over the past several days to distance himself from Graham Plattner and Plattner's campaign. He removed his endorsements just to make it clear that he has rescinded his endorsement of Graham Plattner. I think, he was the endorsed DSA candidate before Plattner got in the race, and DSA did not endorse Plattner. So I do think that he has a shot here. I think he's got a real window of opportunity. And also, just want to say, shout out to Troy Jackson for also sharing the Maine Solidarity Fund to help folks targeted by ICE in Maine to be able to get out of detention. So, yeah, it's some great work that's being done, and I'm going to link this in all the chats and in the description in the segment. Go check it out. The Maine Solidarity Fund. Consider donating to it if you can. Is he DSA or DSA endorsed? There's a difference. I believe he's DSA endorsed. And the reason I say that is because I think like everything got thrown up in the air with Graham Plattner dropping out. I don't know that DSA has re-endorsed any of the candidates that are running or are in the running being discussed for the selection process to select the Democratic nominee now that Plattner is gone. Yeah, DSA endorsed his gubernatorial race, but I don't think they endorsed him for this at this particular juncture. Because keep in mind, today was the day that Graham Plattner dropped out. It's Monday. This was the cutoff day. So I don't know that DSA has had time to endorse in Maine, but if a DSA did endorse him for this time around, I know, Story the Bard, you're part of DSA out there. Keep us abreast of the situation. Did he actually drop out? Yeah. Yeah, I think he officially withdrew 2 days ago. So, yeah. God. Did he actually drop out? He didn't get drunk and forget, right? Yeah. Damn, know this. Honestly, been to so many meetings, it's been a blur of work and meetings. That's fair, Story of the Bard. It's unprecedented times in Maine. So, all of that being said, folks, do consider volunteering for Troy Jackson's campaign. Knock doors, phone bank, do what you gotta do. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure what volunteering in this particular circumstance where Maine is trying to figure it out internally with the Democratic Party. I'm not really sure what is to be done there, but whoever it is going to need a whole lot of help to beat Susan Collins. So get your rears in gears, folks. Get organized. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Get involved today, folks. Join up. If you don't know how, reach out to us. Join us on Discord and reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. And folks, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button. Do the things that help you help the show to grow. And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that's non-tucking. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. New sizes in stock. We've got a restock on everything and a new color available. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Oof, we did it. We did it. And folks, we've been going for about 2 hours now, believe it or not. If you've been getting anything out of the show today, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and do consider supporting the show. Those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible. This show's possible thanks to viewers like you. Thank you. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click Jack, I think I might be in the same DSA chapter as you. It's possible. Apologies if I don't make it to as many meetings as I would like. A lot of my life stuff and a lot of doing this show gets in unfortunately in the way of me going to a lot of those meetings.
On one hand, I really hate that ICE is still around doing what they do. On the other hand, these midterms are gonna be killer.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really know what you're implying there other than like it's really, really, really important that we win the midterms so that we can defund ICE and abolish it. I think I need a saliva cover of click, click, butt. I don't know what that means. Also, Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Let's go! Bringing us to the coveted 69 sub mark. Oof. Oh.
I'm just looking forward to a Democrat sweep. Sorry if the joke was too dark.
Just a lot of people been dying lately. A lot of people been dying lately. Just had to clarify. Thank you for the $5 dono, Nathan. Princess Mouse, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Let's go. Oh no, did I miss the third What If Alt Hiss? No, you did not, Anime Sidekick Gal. We got a couple more things to get through, so I'm not entirely sure if we will get to it tonight, because I'm in a lot of pain right now. But we'll see what we can do. I would like to start it tonight at least. We'll see though. Might be a tomorrow thing, sadly. I thought I missed it. No, you didn't, Max Danger. Pain. Yeah, I lifted weights for the first time in a while today, and I think like something got fucked up in my back a little bit. Also, just had a very stressful day.
Also, Iran is back on. Not sure if y'all heard.
Honestly, like I feel like a week ago I talked about how the Iran war was back on because we just started bombing them like crazy. Were you deadlifting? No, I was using free weights. And I was like basically unofficially back on. And today it became officially back on. Coder Joe, thank you for the Prime sub.
Bozo's freebie time.
Hell yeah. Oof. What you're doing is disgusting and evil. You liberals must be returned to the asylums you escaped from. Man, look at this guy. Believing in asylums? Pfft. What next? You're going to be talking about modern medicine? Everyone knows you don't keep insane people in asylums. You put them in spacious mansions on the seaside. Megan Fox's giant boobs, yes. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Oof. Seeking asylum? Huh, sounds pretty woke of you. Believing that people deserve mental health care and proper treatment? Huh. Sounds pretty liberal of you. All right. You guys ready for our next segment? Actually, before we get to that, this isn't really a segment at all, but this is a sign of like the fucking apocalyptic nature of our world these days. Just as an FYI. Polymarket reporting. Clavicular reveals he's dined with Benjamin Netanyahu's advisors to teach them about looks maxing, and was asked to do a gym stream with the Israeli Prime Minister. Everything about this is just rancid. Ah, yes, the breaking news from the Gamble on Anything app. Cool. I just fuck, man. You know what? Maybe clavicular will be the one. You know, maybe this is just a confluence of stupidity that's just simply too great for reality to bear. You know, like what if he shows up and gives like the Israeli prime minister like looks maxing advice, like you got to inject meth into your face. That's how I got that's how I look so good. Like genuinely, that's the kind of trajectory we're on for reality right now. The simulation is breaking down. What? Yeah, Clavicular was the guy who is like kind of is Nazi adjacent, like red pill bullshit artist, and he like broke his face with a hammer and like talked about doing meth to lose weight. Dude's actually fucking insane. Yeah, he OD'd on stream. Oh yeah, he's currently facing like charges for shooting an alligator in Florida, which apparently he did
DJT,
illegally.
why are all the people seeking asylum? You're supposed to want to get out of asylum. Like Joker or Bane getting out of Arkham. Actually, Bane needs to be deported. Siri, call Tommy Homan.
Siri, I can't understand what Bane is saying through that mask. I can't understand it. You know what? I don't think he's speaking American. I don't think he's speaking it.
Paladin lost. Thank you for the $5 dono. Let's do this. All right. You guys ready to talk about the Iran war? What is Jack reading? This doesn't seem to be our chat. I read all the chats simultaneously, and I love all of them equally. All right. Even vert chat? Even vert chat. All right. Here we go. Thank you for supporting the show, folks. Let's get into it. So, folks, we have to talk about the fact that today has been a very bizarre day vis-a-vis the Iran war because I mean just in this venue alone, in this theater of what Donald Trump is doing as a matter of policy alone, he's had two different incidents today that should, under normal circumstances, result in the president getting removed from power, right? And I'm just gonna start this off. This is from earlier this evening, and it just kind of goes to show how deeply unserious this man is about this war that is putting American lives in danger, that is threatening the entire stability of the global economy, that is making prices go up for average everyday working people in a way that is unsustainable economically. And well, here's how worried and concerned he is about all this.
But Mr. President, you noted the United States is bombing Iran again. I mean, you've been bombing Iran for months now. Is this just the new normal for the American people?
No, well, you know, we're in Vietnam for 19 years. We're here for 4 months. So I think we've done a lot. We've knocked out their Navy in a period of 1 month.
The argument that, well, it's no Vietnam, are you kidding me? That's how seriously we're taking this right now? Like, well, it's not as long as Vietnam. That's the new standard? We have to wait 2 decades to decide that it's been too long and too ineffective and too pointless? Like, goddamn, this is stupid.
So what? Like an 8 out of 10 on the Watergate scale.
Damn, text-to-speech was really sassy about that. It added like a sassy flair to the voice. But this alone wouldn't have been like a Watergate scandal. This alone. But it just goes to show that, like, he's not going to get more popular with folks. Because when people tune in and they hear him talking about the thing that's making their lives worse that he is unilaterally pursuing, like this, they're going to continue to be angry at him, right? But no, what I'm talking about is this shit, right? This is him on Truth Social making foreign policy happen just with no oversight, no authorization from Congress, no nothing. The Hormuz Strait is open and will remain open with or without Iran. We are reinstating the Iranian blockade, so named because it is only stopping Iran's ships or customers from entering or leaving. All other countries will have fair and open use of the strait. The USA will be, from this point forward, known as the Guardian of the Hormuz Strait. But as such, and as a matter of fairness, will be reimbursed at the rate of 20% on all cargo shipped for any and all costs necessary to do the job of providing safety and security to this very volatile section of the world. The process and formation will begin immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So this was at 9:16 a.m. this morning. He announced that the United States would now be charging a toll of 20% on anything passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Meaning that your gas is going to be more expensive because of this. The cost of gasoline is gonna go up even more because of this dipshit double taxing y'all. Like, we are doing the exact thing that Donald Trump has said we are going to war against Iran because they're doing it, and now we're doing it instead. And I want to make clear, he's not talking about just charging Iranian ships 20% to go through the Strait of Hormuz. No. Iranian ships are all barred from going through the Strait of Hormuz. He's charging all of the other world's ships. All of the other ships in the world have to pay that 20%.
20% is very significant on the world's #1 shipping route. Vosh said it best when he called this mob boss shit.
I mean, it's mob boss shit, but like, this is, I want to point out, utterly untenable. Like, one, because you couldn't shut down the Strait of Hormuz more effectively if you tried. No one's going to ship their stuff through a 20% blockade. And on top of that, like, why would they risk going through anyway when Iran has already shut down the strait again? Nothing that the United States has bombed today would prevent them from shutting down the Strait of Hormuz again. So, like, we're just back to where we started when this was all like, oh, we're going to try and do a ceasefire. It's all bullshit. And he doesn't even understand. Like, not only is this move devastatingly stupid and redundant, but also he's going to burn every diplomatic bridge the United States has by doing this. Like, what nation on earth experiencing like a jet fuel shortage or gasoline shortage is going to want to do anything diplomatically with the United States when this is done? And on top of that, folks, I want y'all to keep remembering that maybe like a week or two ago, Donald Trump was on television talking about it at the G7 summit a couple weeks ago. Right?
Rename it the Gay of Hormuz, and Republicans will either pull out immediately or just go 3 times as hard in secret.
Isaacs, thank you for the $5 super chat, and too true. However, they're not going to do that. And number two, this is just unsustainable. It's lunacy. Pure, unadulterated lunacy. Like, here he is earlier today calling into just a random television show, Hugh Hewitt.
Got you.
Great speech, Mr. President. Go get Pickaxe Mountain and don't keep the speaker waiting. I appreciate your time, sir.
Okay, and we will do that. We're going to take out Pickaxe Mountain. Tell the Iranians to be ready.
I will.
Let them
we just
know
did.
we're coming, okay? There's not
And
a
you just
damn
did.
thing they can do about it. All right. Thanks
Thank you,
a lot,
sir.
you. Got you.
He's just like straight up blurting like military secrets on public airways, endangering US troops. Like, this is the kind of shit where, like, under normal circumstances, this would be like, we need to remove this guy from power because he's like putting the lives of our soldiers in danger. Like, this by itself is insane. The fact that he's unilaterally like basically saying we're going to militarily take over one of the busiest trade corridors on Earth and charge a 20% tax on all the world's shipping. That's insane. That is fucking insane. And he's doing it via Truth Social. Not like, he's not even giving an address about it. So, like, this is just absolutely nutso. Absolutely nutso. And now he's trying to argue also that, oh, well, this is an entirely new war. So Marco Rubio and the informed Congress today that, oh yeah, we're going to war with Iran again. Again. Because Donald Trump's rationale is that this period of trying to negotiate meant that the war was over, and now it's happening again. So this is a second war. So the War Powers Act gives him 60 days to unilaterally declare that, and so it's legal again for him to be at war because it's a new war. You see, this is stupid. Congress needs to reassert that it has the authority to go to war and the authority over the purse, because Donald Trump keeps taking that authority for himself and no one's doing diddly shit about it. Like, this is... I mean, this is cuckoo bananas. This is cuckoo bananas nonsense. And now, like, Donald Trump, after announcing, oh yeah, we're doing war number 2 against Iran, 3 hours ago, he went on Newsmax and talked about how, oh, we took Iranians' power away, and now they have something left, but it's largely been taken away. As an example, their military had 159 ships. 159 ships are under the sea. They had 200 airplanes, and their airplanes are all gone. Their radars are gone. Their anti-aircraft is gone. Their weapon-making capability is largely gone, about 84%. And, it's largely gone. So they're in a much different country than they were 4 months ago. In 4 months, we brought them back to the Stone Ages to a large extent. But that being said, they've got some missiles, and they've got a little capability, but they've largely brought back to a different period of time. Iran was the bully of the Middle East, and they weren't going to be bullying me, he added. But, they're still locking down the Strait of Hormuz. You can't, fuck. This idea that, we destroyed their ability to make weapons. They have enough weapons in stock to fight this war for a very prolonged period of time. Donald Trump talked about how we had 4 weeks of gasoline reserves left. The Iranians know all they have to do is waste time and ammunition until suddenly we're out of air defense interceptors. That's all they have to do. All they have to do is use their massive reserve of cheaply manufactured drones to whittle down anti-aircraft capabilities, and suddenly they're sinking US vessels. So, I don't know what to tell y'all, but this has the potential to get really, really nasty in a dozen different ways. And all Iran really has to do is buy time and use attrition. God. Truly gross. This is the Iron Man 2 of wars. It's a sequel that feels like the first one, but worse. Yeah, it's because all the writers went on strike. That's why this all feels so stupid. And hollow. It has Elon Musk there. Anyway, folks, worth noting that Iran has also been striking across the region quite effectively, and has hit several dozen targets outside of Iran in countries like the UAE and Bahrain. Again, claiming that they're hitting different military targets, weapons manufacturing, air defense radars, etc. And has also claimed credit for killing 2 U.S. servicemen, which the Pentagon tried to cover up before admitting quietly that, yes, in fact, Iran had killed more U.S. soldiers. But, we can't trust a single damn thing this administration says because, they're just lying. They're lying about literal life and death. You can't trust them for shit. It's disgusting. Yeah, also, apparently, Iran is also attacking U.S. aligned targets in Jordan at this point, as of 27 minutes ago. So, they're looking to really take out as many military bases and locations across the Middle East that are aligned with the United States as possible. And they are succeeding, by the way. A lot of these places have inadequate air defenses and are getting materially roughed up. We haven't had a lot of human casualties, but the actual material damages are adding up. Iran doesn't need a nuke. It's true. They don't need a nuke anymore because they've really proofed of concepted, the Strait of Hormuz being locked down as a thing. I do think that eventually locking down a natural pathway for fuel is going to diminish in importance, but not for another couple decades, Yeah, they hit Kuwait very hard as well. There's the idea that Iran just doesn't have capability anymore is laughable if you're actually paying attention to anything that Iran has been doing. Yeah, the Strait of Hormuz is the nuke for as long as the passage of material through the Strait of Hormuz is vital, if oil reduces in its importance to the global economy, then it ceases to be as effective of a countermeasure. So, all this being said, it's all gonna get worse. I mean, right now, just you can watch like the other parts of the world responding to this in real time right now. It's actually kind of fascinating if you open up any of the international like coverage of the Strait of Hormuz uh, going on right now. World leader after world leader is putting out statements condemning the Trump administration. Lula down in Brazil uh, has called the imposition of the 20% uh, you know toll on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. He's called it piracy.
Maybe the US will finally focus on alternative energy. God, can you imagine?
I mean, I don't think the United States is going to, as long as this administration is in power. But, there are going to be companies that are going to continue to pursue it. So, all that being said, guys, like, there's an incalculable amount of damage being done right now to the United States. And 99% of it is self-imposed. Like, the greatest destroyer of America that any of these people could have asked for is Donald Trump. All the people who've been chanting death to America for decades, the single greatest catastrophe to happen to America lately has been Donald Trump. He's killing far more people in the United States than any terrorist organization on earth could ever hope for. He's damaging the United States internationally more than any terrorist organization on earth could ever dream. And like, he's doing it all while like talking about how great he thinks America is, draping himself in American flags. It's genuinely like it's comical, except that the death of empire is violent and bloody, and it spreads suffering across the face of the earth. And we're seeing it all happen in Iran. It's all unfolding on a mass scale in Iran. Anyway, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, and do consider dropping those subs, donuts, membership, super chats, because you guys make this show possible. Also, folks, get organized. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help doing that, you can join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. We can help you take those first steps, go to your first meeting, figure out how to connect with your local Dems. We can also help you to be more effective within those organizations to get better, more progressive progress made. So, all that being said, check out, last but not least, ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out. We also just got a big restock in all of the sizes, and I believe we also added 2 more sizes. And there's a new color. So go check it out, folks. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Oof. Also, folks, we did it. We made it through another segment. We did it. Oof. Now, I do want to say, I haven't checked the number of likes we have on the stream yet. Haven't checked it yet. Am I going to be disappointed? Ooh, chat? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right. Let's see. We've got about 400 people watching in YouTube chat and 232 likes. That's not bad. But I think you guys can do better. I think you guys can hit 300 likes. I believe in you. I believe in chat. I believe in your ability to drop those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. to financially support this stream, and I believe in your ability to hit that like button. And you know what? We have a magical song that lets you do both. Okay? We got a great song that lets you do both. All right? Let's play it for you now. Chat is a good girl. Could be best girl though. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the 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 button.
I believe in the chat. In chat.
Hell yeah, Nathan. And our drill shall pierce the heavens. Thank you for the $5 dono. Felix, I have a call-in show on Thursday through the line. You can call in to talk about trans issues over there. But, and I will be on this Thursday. So, over on the Line YouTube channel. Do-do. Also, chat so far. Riverboat chat is maintaining its typical dominance over the other chats in terms of the dono races. I have a good argument for God for you, then call in on Thursday if it's so good. Isn't Felix a cat's name? Damn, that's a checkmate argument right there. Can I call you on Thursday? If you are incapable of understanding the parameters of what I have put forward to you, then you will be banned. I'm sorry. Anime Sidekick Gal! Fuck yeah, pulling up YouTube chat by its bootstraps. Thank you very much for the 20 gifted memberships. Let's fucking go! Let's go! Turning YouTube chat green. As a YouTube chatter, I donate on the site chat because you get 100% of the money. Well, I don't get 100% of the money. I think like 10% gets taken by the folks who host the Riverboat site. But, and I think like a certain percentage comes out to PayPal as well. But either way, it helps the folks who host the website, and it also is still a larger percentage than basically any other way of financially supporting me. So I do still, however, appreciate subs and donos in all corners. I can't even understand how I keep missing y'all. I'm sorry, Anime Sidekick Gal. Grand Theft Autobot! Hell yeah. It's Jack and Lux? Hell yeah. Oh. You know, I do think somebody in chat mentioned yoga, and like yoga really does help me when I do it. I've been lax on my yoga routine. Oof. Yeah, Gurren Lagann is like the ultimate genuinely fake it till you fucking make it. You gotta at least pretend to believe in yourself. Felix, you're not understanding it. You can call in on the other show, but you've been too much. Boom die. Did vertical chat breach containment? Nah, that was from horizontal chat. All right. Has the devil called you back yet? No, because he got banned. Apparently he'd been like just like straight up calling in and not responding to like questions and just try to like say full on sermons. So he wound up getting banned, which is too bad. The devil went down to Georgia and got promptly banned. Does he wear Prada? Are you kidding me? Have you seen the devil from Powerpuff Girls? Of course he wears Prada. All right. Okay, let's talk about some of the funniest / scariest news.
Honestly, Gurren Lagann is so hope core. Side note, any suggestions
yeah.
for someone trying to get conservative friends and family to call into the line?
I mean, I don't know how you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. I think would be the appropriate saying here. You can lead some folks to the line, but you can't make them call in. It's kind of like the line of reasoning there. Am I the only one who thinks that the Powerpuff Girls devil is homophobic? Nah, the Powerpuff Girls devil is fucking sublime. He's so cool. Kim Slade, for sure, for sure, Psyop Girl. Him was cool as shit. All right, you guys ready? We have to talk about the passing. Listen to the song "Conspiranoia" by Primus. I've heard of Primus. I've listened to some Primus in my day. All right, you guys ready? Oh, Mitch is alive apparently. Is he? We'll talk about that. All right, folks. You're the first streamer to ever correctly pronounce my name. Congrats. You're welcome. All right, here we go, folks. So, folks, we have to talk about the fact that, well, we last saw this man rushing off to try and figure out what was the deal with Mitch McConnell. The man that I said is probably brain dead just a couple days ago.
McConnell, how is he doing? Have you heard anything?
I'm going to go check right now with my office. And
okay.
Hoping and praying he's doing well, but I'm going to check just right now.
Is there a contingency plan if for some reason his
McConnell?
I'm going to check right now. I'm going to go check what's up with Mitch. What's up with Mitch? And Lindsey Graham died. He died at 71 years old, and here is the headline from Fox News. He had a brief and sudden illness in the form of an aortic tear, which killed him in what is reported to be maybe one of the most extraordinarily painful ways to die ever. It's apparently one of the most extremely painful ways a human being can die. And, you know, I don't think it's really fair for me to say...
Oh no, they fucking got MLMAO.
I mean, I don't think they got him. Unless by they you mean, like, I don't know, going to Disneyland too much and like, I don't know, living too large on life. But let's just take a moment. You know, we won't say the kind of man
Lindsay,
he
we
was.
need a soul to power Mitch's phylactery. We held a vote and decided it was going to be you. Trump probably.
Probably. Some kind of dark bastard magic.
Mitch drained his life force. Like a vampire, McConnell learned his technique from watching J.D. Vance do it to the Pope.
I mean, I don't think you guys, like, Lindsey Graham didn't have that much life force left, okay? Clearly. But let's let him, you know, commemorate himself in his own words.
So I just want to say, I feel good about the Republican Party. I feel good about where we're going as a nation. We're killing all the right people and we're cutting your taxes.
Says that, dies. Anyway, I do want to say, I think this is a fitting memorial for him, though.
Mitch
you
to
know?
Lindsay.
This is one of the last words that will ever be said about, you know, Lindsey Graham.
I wish that more people had a chance to get to know him behind the scenes, to know who he really was. But the man was a force of nature, a force of life, and he's someone we're still going to be talking about 100, 200 years from now.
Well, Stephen, my favorite part of
We're going to be talking about him 100, 200 years from now. A force of life dies. Interesting. You know, there's a lot of he's going to be talked about for an eternity going on, and it's just like, no, he's not. He was like a weird little freak who took great joy in the United States killing people. Like, he was despised in Congress by other Republicans.
Couldn't have happened to a better Grindr user.
He was also, for a very long time, rumored to be a, you know, confirmed bachelor. I'll use the euphemism. And, yeah, couldn't have happened to a better Grindr user, indeed. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Anime Sidekick Gal. And so, yeah, it is one of those situations where it's like, oh, okay, well, why, like, what do we have to say about this? Where could this possibly go? Right? And it's that, well, turns out Republicans don't actually have that big of a majority in the U.S. Senate. So Lindsey Graham being dead and Mitch McConnell being AFK, well, that poses quite a bit of a problem, right? It poses a big problem. You know, you got here pressure mounting for Mitch McConnell to return. Because he's basically they need every vote they have in the Senate. They need it. They're desperate for it. And to that end, I do want to point out Mitch McConnell was forced to emerge from hiding, allegedly, after Lindsey Graham perished. Now, I could read you a bunch of this, but basically, in this entire statement, Mitch McConnell talks about how, oh, I survived childhood polio, and I have problems moving around, and I'm old now, and I fell. So I fell and I got sent to the hospital. And then I got a mild case of pneumonia. And now I do want to say, it's entirely possible. It's entirely possible that, like, Mitch McConnell just had a fall and got a little pneumonia and is recovering from it. But also, he looks rough. He looks rough, and you know he had a fucking campaign staffer there shoving this newspaper under his fingers in order to make it look like, see, he's alive. He's holding the newspaper from today. Which, you know, he was. Internet sleuths found the newspaper, confirmed it was from, today. But all of this is complicated by something else here, which is, well, other Republicans don't seem to think that's Mitch McConnell. Here's Ron Johnson.
The election. Now, Mitch McConnell. Can we talk a little Mitch McConnell, too? Because I saw a picture that I'm not sure I believe is actually Mitch McConnell from the hospital after.
Pneumonia puts you out of commission for a month. You can't and shouldn't be in Congress.
But also, like, even MAGA guys are like, nah, he's dead.
What I've heard and what I've seen. Do you believe Mitch McConnell is the one who said, I'm okay, here's the picture of my wife?
This is, by the way, the direct result of the entire breakdown of reality when it comes to whatever MAGA touches. Like, this is entirely, like, the rise of conspiracy brain nonsense is entirely to blame for this.
Elaine Chao and I in that hospital bed.
Well, I just heard from some other source that was a older photo. So I really don't know. I haven't talked to Mitch. I certainly wish he and his family well. I hope he can recover. It's sad to watch people age, no matter who that person is. You know, I've served with Mitch McConnell for 16 years. Okay, obviously, I disagree with him on a host of things, but I also know he loves this country. He loves the Senate. He reveres the Senate. And so again, I do try and put the best construction on things. I try and look for the best in people. Mitch McConnell also loves his country, so I wish him well. I hope he recovers. I hope he can come back and contribute and vote with the president's agenda.
So the election now.
Ron Johnson, another member of Congress, is just like, well, I don't know, looks fake, and also I have some unnamed source that also says it's fake. And it's just like, oh, okay, well, if we're really at the point where different Republicans in Congress are just like, nah, this guy who is the former leader of the Senate, nah, he's faking it. He's dead. Like, that's crazy. That's where we're at right now. But the thing is, either way, if he's alive or dead, he's been in the hospital for a long time. And, like, it doesn't really make a difference. Like, if he's too old to do his job anymore, if he's too old to make it to the Senate, it's a terrible, terrible position for Republicans right now. Right? Because, and of course, this story got picked up by the Hill and such. He's not sure McConnell photo with Chow is new. Uh-oh. Yeah, all the shit is melting, indeed. Also, worth noting that Mitch McConnell still has, like, an open timeline to join the Senate, which just came back in session today. And the fact that they are now down Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell is a huge problem when they only had, like, 2 or 3 votes to spare. I forget the exact number. I guess I could look it up. Yeah, they now have 51 seats to the Democrats' 47. So they really can't afford to lose that many. you know? They really can't afford to lose that many. Yeah, the Save America Act is donezo. Yet, like, with this many hands missing, they're really fucking cooked on it. You know, they're really fucking cooked. And it is worth noting, however, that Republicans love monarchy so much that they've decided to treat Lindsey Graham's seat as if it was a hereditary title, and they have chosen his sister to hold his seat for him. And like I'm actually agog. I'm aghast. Like I just it's nepo baby bullshit at its finest. It's also like of course Lindsey Graham's seat would be inherited by his sister. Yous were serious? Yeah, I'm serious. South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster announced at a news conference at the State House on Monday that Nardone would serve the remaining months on Graham's current term, which expires in January. Senate Majority Leader John Thune said that after which he would be sworn in Tuesday afternoon. Wait, what? I don't believe this shit? Yeah, it's all cartoon, like, villain bullshit. Can they do that? Yeah. Only a handful of states in the country have like special elections to fill vacant seats like that. A lot of governors have the ability to just appoint someone into the seat. It's I don't know. The times we live in are so fucking stupid. Everything is so stupid right now. Is she even a politician? My understanding is that she has been like bouncing around the bureaucracies of politics on the state level for some time. Um, oftentimes with Lindsey Graham's help. So like it is really some nepo baby bullshit. And of course, you know, you've got the establishment Democrats like Jim Clyburn over here congratulating this development. I congratulate Darlene Graham Nordone on her appointment to serve as U.S. Senator for the state of South Carolina for the remainder of the 119th Congress. While this moment comes in the shadow of the profound loss of her beloved brother, it is my hope that we will continue to diligently work together as we have in the past. I wish her success as she takes on this new role, and I have confidence we will use every opportunity in the months ahead to do all we can to make America's greatness accessible and affordable for all. Like, god damn what I would do for a Democrat with a spine. Why would you say this? Like, it's because he's a conservative Dem. He's conservative. He's also a fossil. You know, he's a remnant of like a time when bipartisan politics was possible. And you know, that era is dead right now. It's centrist conservative Dem bullshit. God. And that leads us to what I am here to talk about as well. Because a lot of you thought that this segment was purely about, you know, Lindsey Graham dying. It's not. Obviously, there is going to be some turbulence in the Senate right now. But there is an ongoing effort that I think got supercharged by Mitch McConnell's absence and also the death of Lindsey Graham here, which is Donald Trump has a plan to try and rig the 2026 election. And that plan seems to be coming into shape this week. And there's a press conference currently scheduled for Thursday this week, where Donald Trump said he was going to be talking about something big, right? And the Washington Reporter, which is a conservative, kind of middle of the road conservative outlet, managed to get this scoop, which is that apparently at that press conference on Thursday, Donald Trump is supposedly going to talk about how he has breaking new intel about the 2020 election and how it was stolen. And specifically, he's going to, in this, while talking about this new report, talk about how the election of John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock was also fraudulently facilitated. And this speech is supposed to take place on Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And the White House got wind that this story was circulating and said, no. We're not going to be talking about Georgia's 2020 elections. However, the Washington Reporter has stated since a Georgia Republican source adds to us that they were notified of speech and the upcoming report's initial Georgia election focus in advance. So, despite the White House denial, it seems like this has gone out in advance to different political folks in Georgia. And why is this a big deal? Well, it's because I think they are looking to try and oust Democratic senators. They're trying to weaken the Democratic coalition as it stands right now. And this is actually pretty scary in the sense that this is something that Donald Trump genuinely, deliriously, delusionally cares about, that no one else in the entire country cares about, which is whether or not the 2020 election was stolen, which obviously it wasn't. He's had years to present evidence to the effect that it was. He has failed to produce anything substantial. However, he's still fixated on it. He cannot wrap his head around the idea that people don't like him. And so what is going to happen here, if this does come to pass, is that they have a trumped up report that they are going to try and use to pry John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock out of their Senate seats in order to reduce the vote power of Democrats in the Senate so they can try and ram through stuff like the SAVE Act. He can't just sack 2 senators. Like, of course he can try, you know. Why them in particular? Because remember he called Georgia to find himself like 11,000 more votes. The only way he can wrap his head around the victory of 2 different Democratic senators and his loss in Georgia, the only way he can wrap his head around that is, oh, clearly it was stolen from me. It's a pride thing. It's a pride thing, and also it is strategically good for him to get rid of Democrats in office. From his perspective, they are stopping him from doing the thing he wants to do. And when we are in the area of how do we mobilize against this, getting involved with your local Dems, get involved with your local DSA, march, go to protests, you got to do that groundwork. The groundwork is really, really important. And the first step to mobilizing against this is to mobilize at all. You know? Do you think this is related to whatever the fuck Tulsi was going down there a few months ago? Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard was trying to... They've been trying to cast aspersions on the Georgia election for a while.
Your show helped me to form questions. Some of them had actual plans, others just had vibes and platitudes.
Squirrel Knitter, I'm glad my program can be of assistance to you. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Very much appreciated. So, I would say one thing you can do, you can volunteer to help facilitate the election. You can be like a poll watcher, or you could even work at the polling place if you would like. They do pay you for your time. But like, you can get involved in the election process. You can get involved with your local political party. You can get involved with your local DSA. This is very, very important. It's important to be able to do this shit, right? Could calling my senator be of any use here? Never hurts. Never hurts. Aren't those seats up this year? I believe Lindsey Graham's was up this year. I'm not sure about Mitch McConnell's. I think Mitch McConnell's was. But, yeah. And John Ossoff is definitely up for re-election. I don't know if Warnock is.
I'm an avid poll watcher. The dancers are really good.
Hey, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Appreciate you. God damn it. Okay, no, I don't think he'd be able to get rid of Raphael Warnock, but maybe he'd still try anyway. Felt that one coming? Indeed, Smolfrog. So, all that being said, folks, I am really worried about where this is going to go, especially because there are other sources that are reporting that Donald Trump is planning to specifically talk about how the 2020 election had foreign election interference in it. Given further reporting that it specifically targets Georgia, no one on earth is going to give a shit about this except for Trump loyalists who are going to view it as it's meant to be viewed, which is as effectively declaring open season on, like, delegitimizing the 2020 election in order to weaken Democrats. Because again, we've seen time and time again that, they don't care about breaking the rules as long as their side benefits. They don't care about breaking the rules as long as their side benefits. Honestly, if he goes after Ossoff, it would turn him into a lib hero. It would absolutely. Anyway, folks, I'm worried. But I think a lot of these absences from Congress are making a lot of folks in Washington, in MAGA world, it's spooking them. Because what they're starting to see is the shadow of accountability. The possibility that they might be held to account for their actions. Something that none of them really had considered would come with much of a price at all when they first started paying lip service to Donald Trump. They've now been dragged down into the mud, and a lot of them are now on the hook. So, I think this could get really scary. I hope it doesn't, but there are a lot of pieces in a lot of really awful places right now. Logan Hill, thank you for the gifted membership. Anyway, folks, get organized. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Get involved today. Join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because you guys make this show possible. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tugging lingerie. And we just got restocked. We got restocked on everything, more sizes. There's also a new color. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. gender euphoric lingerie. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Oof. Oof the. Oof. Lindsey Graham was Donald Trump's personal masseuse or masseur and Netanyahu's best friend. I mean, he was Netanyahu's best friend. That's true. No lies detected in this Wikipedia page. Oof. Organize in local labor, community, and political orgs and consider doing it in sexy IO lingerie. It's great to organize in. True. It's the underwear for the people. Think you should expect ICE around election points all across the United States for the midterms? I wouldn't say expect them all across the United States in the midterms, specifically because ICE lacks the personnel to actually do that. Like, even with their massive hiring spree, they haven't hired enough people to be able to do something like that. He was probably scrolling Grindr, saw a really hot guy, fanned himself, and said, "Oh, my stars and garters, that's a real handsome man." Then clutched his chest and fell flat on the ground. Yeah. Does the lingerie come in People's Red? Nah, it's check it out. Go to the website. You could look for yourself. I'm scared what it will be like the next presidential election. My hope is that the next presidential election at least has us taking back the House and the Senate so that functionally nothing gets done until until 20 nothing gets done for the next 2 years. There we go. Jack your machine on streaming. Don't know how you guys do it. It's an acquired talent. You got to work at it. It's like bashing your head and screaming into the void. But we are at 3 hours in, folks. If you're enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, do the thing, click the buttons, help the show grow, and consider supporting it as well. Click the goddamn button. Caffeine helps? True! It does. Having
I can't
undiagnosed
die now.
ADHD also
I still
helps.
need to do the Russia sanctions, get Iran sorted out and do Israeli-Saudi normalization. What a drama queen pos.
Drama queen piece of shit. Indeed. Fucking hate all these clowns.
Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button.
Hell yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, I gotta be honest. I'm not sure what the connecting tissue is for declaring Warnock illegitimately elected, other than Donald Trump is a racist and hates black people. Like, genuinely, I'm not entirely sure what the connective tissue is there. I know what it is for John Ossoff. You know, John Ossoff is a political rising star. Might be running for president in 2028. Potential rival, but like, you're right. The Warnock timeline doesn't add up for that, but I don't think it really matters. Mostly because it's going to be nonsensical garbage. So you'd think the last words would be, "I gotta delete my browser history." It's simple, guys. Just don't look at anything online that you wouldn't want your family and loved ones to look at. Once you become that kind of person, you become more powerful than you can possibly imagine. No. Fair. Uh-oh. My mother has seen every sex toy I own. Oh no. Oh no. Well, if it's any consolation, all of our mothers have probably seen sex toys before, because, they're adults. Nathan, thank you for the $5
goon or not
dono.
to goon?
Look, also just get yourself a partner who's like who's gooning and you're gooning like meshes, so you both goon. You're both gooners.
I am at a conference for ESRI, which makes geospatial systems,
Yo, cool.
GIS. I got to meet the Prime Minister of Jamaica today. Their government received an award for their use of GIS, and he explained how it helped them respond effectively to Hurricane Helene in 2009.
That's wonderful. Nimaj Tunes. Thank you for the $50 super chat, and that's so cool. Congrats on getting to meet the Prime Minister of Jamaica. And I love learning little things like that. Thank you so much for sharing. Whew. All right, folks. Let's see here. All right. Okay, yeah, we gotta talk about this. We gotta talk about this for the content. Here we go. Y'all ready to jump into some more content? You betcha. Yes, mommy. Indeed. My doctor said I needed more segs. Hell yeah. Let's do it. I've shown my grandma monster dildos. She finds them hilarious. Oh, God. All right. Here we go. So, folks, we are in the deeply unfortunate position of having to reckon with the fact that Victor Marx has won the Republican nomination for governor in Colorado. And That means the guy who claims to be a combat missionary and a practitioner of Cajun karate, and also claims to have murdered people, and will continue to do exorcisms even should he win the governorship. He's the guy. He's the guy MAGA in Colorado chose to represent them. Yeah, the absolute psychopath who, when asked point blank by Colorado's best newsman, Kyle Clark, if he had ever killed anybody, he said, "Does it matter?" He also claims to have killed someone as a 7-year-old. And I just, that's your guy, Colorado. That's your guy. There's a whole thing on my channel. Go watch that if you have no idea what I'm talking about. It's insane. All right, but let's see the breakdown of what this might mean for folks in Colorado real quick.
Victor Marks is atop the ballot for Colorado Republicans heading into November, and Colorado's Democrats are thrilled. It's not just that other Republicans have labeled their candidate for governor, Marks, a con man and a fraud. It's that Democrats think that Marks could sink other, more electable Republicans along with him. Our Marshall Zellinger explains.
Colorado Democrats held 66 of the...
How do we explain? How do we explain how this could be bad? Well, imagine you're in a life raft, and on the one hand, you have one life raft where there's a perfectly sane and capable person in it. Now, they paddle their boat or construct some crude type of sail in order to propel themselves across the waves. Now, behold the life raft carrying Victor Marks. Observe how he has diligently created some kind of primitive corkscrew system with a vertical piece of wood, and now he's spinning it over and over again to drill holes through the bottom of the boat, thus sinking himself along with everyone else on the boat. This is how we would demonstrate the difference between Victor Marks and literally any other candidate.
The 100 legislative seats this year, one seat shy of a supermajority in both the House and Senate.
Having a supermajority means, the Democrats can override a veto without needing any Republicans to do it. They can refer legislation to voters without needing any Republicans to do it.
DU political science professor Seth Maskett is a data guy, but he doesn't have the data to know what Victor Marks' name at the top of the ballot will mean for Republican candidates farther down the ballot.
Unless there's like a really, competitive other race in their district, I think a lot of Republican voters might just not bother to turn out. And yeah, that puts supermajority a little more in Democrats' grasp.
I just think Republicans have been there a lot longer in the midst of our identity crisis than the Democrats. I tell my Democrat friends, I am the ghost of Christmas future. Welcome to the party.
Republican commentator Kelly Maher, who supported Republican Barb Kirkmeyer for governor, sees some of her own party fractures showing on the Democratic side, with Democratic Socialist Milat Kiros ousting 15-term Congresswoman Diana DeGette. But Kiros will only appear on November ballots within Congressional District 1 in the Denver area. Marks's name will be on everyone's ballot statewide.
The same way Republicans have been painted across Colorado with the Donald Trump brush, that Democrats are expecting to be painted across Colorado with the Milat Kiros brush.
If the Republican Party was at DEFCON 3.
Oh no, someone who believes in healthcare and civil rights for everybody? Oh no. Oh no.
Before the
Oh no, next you're going to tell us that she thinks that no one should go bankrupt because of medical debt. Oh no.
primary, I think they're a DEFCON 1.
Cole Wist, the former Republican lawmaker turned unaffiliated supporter of Democrat Phil Weiser, sees the...
Is this the beginning to a live-action South Park episode? Unironically, every single story that happens every single day in politics right now is the beginning to a live-action South Park episode. This guy's, like, genuinely a fucking character.
Potential for Marks to lower the chances of competitive state House and Senate Republicans.
Supermajorities are bad for our state.
In this debate, where this footage is from, He threatened to sick an attack dog on one of the moderators.
Because it's you don't get the best public policy when both parties don't have some ability to control the agenda.
We even heard from Phil Weiser last week about single party control. He told you, Kyle, it's not healthy for any state to have one party dominate because another party is dysfunctional. Even if Democrats have veto-proof.
I mean, it just means that the real decision making happens within the supermajority party, within the factions of that party, right? Like, I don't know. I'm fine with Republicans being utterly irrelevant and the decision about what policies get adopted happen entirely within the Democratic Party. Republicans aren't adding anything to the national discourse. It's like, oh, hey, Republicans, what do you want to add? Will you add a bunch of racism and misogyny? And it's like, no, go home. Go home and complain about Supergirl. It's like the one thing you have left, guys. It's the only hobby that makes them happy.
Proof numbers. They're still showing cracks within their own party. A division of moderate Democrats versus a growing number of progressive and democratic socialists that might make in-party fighting the biggest battle for Democrats.
Well, yeah, that is the case, but also, like, moderate Democrats, if the choice is between a wackadoo nonsense Republican and a progressive, they'll vote for the progressive. God. Anyway, how are things going, let's say, as of 6 hours ago, when it comes to Victor Marx's campaign for governor? How's it going? Let's just check in with his campaign specifically.
Colorado's Democrats are convinced that Victor Marx winning the GOP nomination for governor will hurt other Republicans. We've learned that Marx is quietly reaching out to figure out which Republicans are willing to be seen with him on the campaign trail.
I'm excited about uniting.
Victor Marx is quietly asking for signed pledges of support from other Republican candidates in Colorado after Marx's rivals in the primary for governor said he was a con man and a fraud. And they...
Yeah, he's making people sign loyalty pledges.
Couldn't support him in November.
One of the things you have to do is to unite the party. And I did. Both of them against me.
9 News has obtained a so-called Republican General Election Unity Compact being circulated by the Marx team. It's going out to Republican candidates for federal, state, and local office. It asks GOP candidates to indicate if they support Marx and whether they're willing to say so publicly.
Guys, the level of comedy that's happening right here, you guys, I can't. It's too good. It's too good. There's a Republican candidate asking people to swear loyalty to Marx. He's asking for everyone in who's MAGA in Colorado to become a Marxist. To sign a fucking document saying they have a loyalty to Marx. I can't. Reality has fucking broken down. It's gone. Like we have all died. This is the collective fever dream in the microseconds before we all flame out. This is incredible. And I do really hope that this does wind up backfiring. Like, I hope the people of Colorado are by and large sane enough not to, in the general, vote for Victor Marx. But everything is so stupid right now. Everything is so off the rails of reality right now. Like, genuinely, the guy who's good at Cajun karate might be the guy who gets elected as governor of Colorado. Like, Jared Polis is a massive piece of shit. And it's, like, there are going to be some people who are like, well, maybe this Cajun karate practitioner has our backs. Colorado's a blue state, though? Yeah, but also, like, this is fucking crazy. Right? Like, they're electing a guy whose entire career is as someone who goes in to, like, rescue people, and when he's asked how many people has his organization gone in to rescue, he says he can't tell you because otherwise you'd know too much and it would compromise security of his operations to let you know how many people and how effective his operation actually is. It's so stupid. It's so stupid.
It says, quote, "We ask participating campaigns to avoid unnecessary public attacks on fellow nominees," with a checkbox on whether candidates agree to Marxist terms. And it asks whether fellow Republicans are willing to strengthen the broader ticket through a series of steps. First on the list, public support for Victor Marx.
My prayers are for the Republican Party because it's still very dysfunctional and split, but it's coming together.
We asked the Marx team why it felt the need to solicit signed loyalty pledges.
Only in unity can there be solutions, right?
Marx's advisor, Buddy Jericho, said, quote, "This is a voluntary coordination framework, not a loyalty pledge."
I'm sorry. What? So you've got a guy running for office named Victor Marx, and his best friend / campaign manager is named Buddy Jericho. Like, guys, this is how you would name like a B-movie Western back in the day. There goes Victor Marx riding out into the fields to face his good friend and rival lover, Buddy Jericho. Ay, bum, bum, bum. Buddy Jericho is a banger of a name. It feels like there's no way that can be real. This is a Kojima Quest naming. It really is. And you know Kojima would be like, you will regret your words and deeds once you oppose Victor Marx. And like 50 hours into the game, like Victor Marx unzips his human suit and outsteps some hot babe who's the descendant of like Karl Marx. And actually the entire thing has been a commentary on class consciousness somehow. That is the direction we're heading right now. And if none of you understand Metal Gear Solid, then I apologize. None of that will make sense to you.
It asks candidates both where they may want to work together and what support they need from our campaign.
Recently elected Colorado Republican Party Chair Craig Steiner told me today the party was not involved in soliciting these signed pledges to support Victor Marx.
Jericho is his gigolo name? That's right, because eventually his walls do come down.
But Steiner said that he views, quote, a willingness to cooperate as a good thing.
Well, there you have it, folks. Those are your updates for Colorado's gubernatorial race vis-a-vis the Marx campaign. And I just got to say, we are in for so much more insanity and craziness in the lead up to the 2026 midterms than I had ever anticipated. Like, everything is going insane politically everywhere, but, like, at the very least, we can bank on some absolute pants-shitting insanity coming out of Colorado for the next several months. Because basically anything that Victor Marx does is hilariously terrible, and I'm really sorry this is happening to the people of Colorado. On the other hand, this guy's fucking cuckoo, and we got to keep tabs on him, right?
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is, I made it the fuck up! Thank you for the $5 super chat. Megan Fox's giant boobs. This is a serious political stream. Anyway, folks, if you guys got anything out of this segment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about Victor Marx. And I don't think he has any relationship to Karl Marx, but genuinely, I could be wrong about that. All that being said, folks, also join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help getting started, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. And we just got a full restock and also a new color in. So go check that out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Oh, yeah. Well, his father was Karl Marx. Was Karl Marx. I think his father was Karl Marx Jr. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Also, just a brief update, unrelated to any segments of any kind. Just an update on the hand dryer situation out of the UK. I've uncovered some footage from 2 years ago, announcing that there's actually a kind of a treaty in place between Count Binface and the hand dryer at the Count and Treaty. So,
If his father was Carl Jr., was his mom Hardee's?
yeah, she was. Hard for D's nuts. All right, I couldn't. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. I'm so sorry. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Here we go. Breaking footage of Count Binface.
Hello, Count Binface here, space politician, officially London's 9th choice to be mayor, and candidate to be the next MP for Uxbridge and South Ruislip. And I'm in the constituency of Uxbridge and South Ruislip right now, in the most important place in the entire constituency, maybe the most important place in the entire galaxy. I am sitting in the Crown and Treaty Uxbridge, which is where I promised in my manifesto that I would move the hand dryer in the gents' urinals to a more sensible position.
Okay, that is a very insensible position, though. Like, this is bonkers. This is way too close. If somebody's peeing into this urinal and somebody's washing their hands, like, that's the airflow is like gonna get on somebody's junk. He's right. I had no idea it was this bad.
And that's what brings me to the pub today. Believe it or not, in this very room, in January 1645, King Charles I and the parliamentarians met in order to bring a civil war conflict to an end by the signing of a treaty. Unfortunately, there was a bit of a disagreement, a bit of fisticuffs, it all broke up, and 4 years later, King Charles I ended up with his head lopped clean off. Current King Charlie, take note, careful what you wish for. But nearly 400 years after that key event in this very room, history is about to be righted. Because here, I, Count Binface, on this very day, am going to sign a treaty in the Crown and Treaty with the Crown and Treaty with Deputy Manager Ellie here, and today we are going to make history, because if I am elected, the pub and I pledge that we will move the hand dryer to a more sensible position. So get ready, guys, this is where the magic happens.
Finally, some good fucking policy. Gordon Ramsay Gordon, lesser known, more politically inclined brother.
So they've signed a treaty, but apparently he's still running. Now, I want to know what the contents of the treaty is, because we never actually learned what was in there. And I just want to know what happened to the treaty. It's happening. I know. He must be elected in Clacton. He must be elected in the Clacton by-election He must defeat Nigel Farage. If he is able to do it, perhaps the terms of this treaty may yet be fulfilled. Will the Strait be in Iran's control after Count Bin Face's treaty? I mean, probably. The treaty is between him and the pub. He said they would move it if he wins. Fuck yeah. Guys, you gotta do it. People in Clacton, the good people of Clacton, UK, all right? Look at this. This is completely unacceptable. This is completely unacceptable. Way too close. It was actually a memorandum of understanding. Oh, that makes more sense. When is the election? I think it is August 9th. I might be off on that. I might be getting my dates mixed up. Clacton election dates. August 13th. I was getting my dates mixed up. God, Count Binface is so funny.
Now, the interview of the morning. Count Binface has confirmed that he is going to run in the by-election in Clacton if it takes place. This is the by-election that the major parties are saying, as we've heard from them all this morning, they are not going to run in. So who better to talk to about this? Joining us live, Count Binface himself. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Justin. Good morning, Today listeners, planet Earth. It is a pleasure to be here.
I should say you are, I can see a video link of you. You appear to be in outer space and wearing your bin.
Well, what else would you expect, mate? You know, I was on my way back home to Sigma 9, bit of R&R, and then old Nigel throws his toys out of the pram, has a hissy fit, calls an unnecessary by-election. I got wind of that. I've turned around the Starship pronto. How about that? Lovely.
What is your appeal going to be to the people of Clacton?
Well, I'm not Nigel Farage.
It's a full manifesto.
Yes. So I'm...
Like, this is the thing, right? Like, that is his appeal. His appeal is entirely people who hate Nigel Farage and think it would be pretty funny if he got elected. You know? Like, genuinely, he's the only other option in the race. And ending Nigel Farage's career like this would be, frankly, legendary. It'd be so good. It'd be like genuinely the best case scenario.
Assuming from that you are going to be sparse when it comes to policy promises.
How dare you? I've got a full and costed manifesto, Justin. It's just that, you know, I like to tailor it to each constituency. I mean, some of my national policies will remain. I pledge to build at least one affordable house. I will nationalise Adele. I heard your bit about the water, and I'll make water bosses have to take a dip in British rivers to see how they like it. I'll price cap 99 flakes at 99 pence. I think the Clacton folk will like that one. And so it goes on. But if you'd done some research, you'd know that.
Can you win?
Probably not. But then, you know, my job is to celebrate and defend the wonders of British democracy. And look at this, eh? The fact that you're interviewing me on the Today programme, because all the other parties aren't standing, says more about them than it does about me. Are they running scared from old Binny? Or do they think that Nigel's running a cunning stunt? And I pronounced that carefully at 8:55 in the morning.
Do you now, moving swiftly on, call on Kemi Badenoch, Sir Ed Davey, and other major party leaders to back your fight for Clacton?
No. I don't need them. I mean, they can do whatever they want. I think they're too busy trying to shore up their own positions, wouldn't you say, Nick? In the face of such trenchant questioning from you. When, of course, you're not celebrating Manchester United. But, you know, I'm game for anything, just like I'm game for the fact that your lovely people got me on for 8:45. and I've been listening to taped bits of your debate, and now you've got me in the crazy roller coaster spot where the pips might come at any minute. I'm game for anything.
That's quite enough from you, Count Binface. Pleasure to talk to you.
I can't believe it. Like, reality is crashing in on itself. Binface can win. Binface is literally polling better than Nigel Farage. With people in the UK right now, he is more well liked than Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage has tried to say that Count Binface is actually an agent of the establishment, and everything is so stupid now. Everything is so fucking stupid. He's gonna do it. Honestly, this is the country that got behind Bodie McBoatface. I do think that there is a very real chance that he could win. He could pull it off. God. I think I wanted to take a look at this.
I'm quietly confident, and it's democracy. Let the people of Clacton have their say.
Are you actually going to fight a sort of serious door-by-door, street-by-street campaign?
No. Well, why should I?
I think there's shades of zippy about Binface's voice. I've decided after listening to it multiple
Not Bungle.
times today. No,
That's more John Sopel Bungle, isn't
Did
it?
Bungle speak?
No, so there's very nothing like John Sopel, actually. Yeah, nothing like him at all.
Bungle was very quiet, wasn't he?
Yeah, famously.
Anyway, Lewis Goodall is here. You may have worked out already. Presenter of Sundays with Lewis Goodall on LBC.
And by the way, Sheila, before I go any further,
yeah.
can you please... It's very, very familiar for you to call him Binface. It's Count Binface.
I know. I chastised someone else for doing that earlier on.
Yeah. Binny to his friends.
Hoist by my own petard.
Yeah.
I wonder if people will put bins on their head and go and campaign for him incognito.
Well, I mean, he's very clear that he won't be doing any campaigning. I mean, I suppose...
I mean, I do think that, like, there's the possibility that, like, this becomes far more real than he had ever anticipated.
Is Claxon a city or town? How much influence will Count Binface have?
I mean, he'll have as much influence as Nigel Farage right now, which is considerable. And I don't know what the technical term for it is, but it's it's a constituency in the UK.
I suppose it must be quite... I mean, it must be nice in a sense, him going door to door, because he'll be greeted by allies outside every front garden when he sees different recycling bins and so on, the compost bins, and they're all there just going, go on, mate, do it for us.
Red,
do it for us. Do it for the bins. We never get anything.
Yeah. Do you think... Have you seen that GIF that's flying around today where Binface takes his bin off? His face covering off. And
it's like Darth Vader for the first time. Everyone's like, what?
And it's Boris
He looks
Johnson.
like that.
Boris Johnson underneath.
He was scarred. He was scarred and Alderaan. No, it wasn't Alderaan. Don't write to me. Yeah. Anyway.
What if it was Boris Johnson underneath? Anyway, it's not going to be.
Feels like we're having two separate conversations here.
Listen, it's a funny one, this, isn't it? Because it is actually funny, but it's also kind of weird. No one had this on their bingo card this week, did they?
No, I think we need to rip up the bingo cards, Sheila, to be honest. They're not big enough to cover the expansive array of possibilities of British politics. Because, you get to the end of the week where Nigel Farage has resigned his seat and is taking on someone made of tin. Didn't seem terribly likely, and yet here we are. And I think, look, this is... when you're right, you're rather...
like, you have establishment media attacking Count Binface now. Count Binface is no laughing matter. He embodies why Britain is in such a mess. The novelty candidate is a symptom of much deeper malaise. We don't want to live within our means. And it's just like, dog, he's a man with a bin on his head who goes around encouraging people to run for political office because democracy is important. And it relies on people being aware that they can run for political office. Right? Like, this austerity politics is never ending. But notice how the austerity politics always benefits the rich and funnels, state money into the pockets of the wealthiest people in the world, but, robs the working class. People are fed up with it. And the correct read on this situation is that people are so fed up with it that they would rather vote for a guy whose name they don't know, who walks around with a bin over his head, than they would for someone who's robbing them all the time. Literally, like, one of the jokes that he makes is that, oh, well, you know, if you elect me, you know, I'll go and I'll save the taxpayers £380,000 by just doing nothing. And like, the fact that he can use that talking point as an indictment is devastating for the British establishment. Like, yeah, it turns out instead of just doing no harm, you should be doing actively good things for your constituents.
Compass commentator, whoever you had in mind, heaven forfend, talking about the idea of, you know, the left, it's showing something ridiculous. And yeah, sure, there is something ridiculous, but there's something ridiculous about the situation. Because what this is adverting to, and Farage should have seen this coming, is...
Also, the British love trash cans, right? Just real quick, like, the British love trash cans. They love them. Okay, like they love them so much that they got turned into enduring sci-fi characters beloved by everyone in the UK in the form of the Daleks and Doctor Who. All right, like, you cannot sit there and tell me that, oh, well, no one sees any charm in him when the entirety of the UK loves Doctor Who, and the Daleks are like a great addition. All of them love it. The Daleks, yeah, I'm gonna fucking say it how I say it. Just because it makes you guys mad. The Dalek.
That this is a by-election which was not necessary, did not have to be called, and into that vacuum has filled this similar absurdity, right?
Farage represents a party of 5 MPs. Yeah, but he also represents someone that is the direct, like, he's the guy who got everybody into this Brexit mess. Like, he's been someone who's been campaigning for it for years. And so, in a sense, like, Labour has had their time to try and fix it, and they fucked up, and they kept making things worse and worse and worse. And then you have the severe austerity measures being proposed by the conservative folks in UK politics, and it's like, this is an opportunity to tell establishment power to fuck off, because it's been fucking people in the UK over. And like, I think a lot of people view Nigel Farage as kind of the embodiment of that, even though of course Labour does share quite a bit of the blame with what's been going on in the UK.
And I think, look, what Farage was trying to do at the start of the week, we discussed it on the day that it happened, what he was trying to do was neutralise the idea of there being impropriety with his financial affairs. And he was trying to wrest the conversation back towards...
Has America found wheelie bins yet? Like trash and recycling bins that you can lean back and onto wheels?
It's pronounced DALUX.
Ah, DALUX. DALUX. I love the DALUX in Doctor Who. Thank you, anime sidekick gal. I'm so glad I finally know how to pronounce it properly. The DALUX are so good. Thank you for the $5 super chat.
Because he was afraid that he was losing momentum. He clearly, I think, in his own mind at least, got the Trump 2024 example in his head. And if you talk to people around, you know, reform, that's what they'll keep coming back to. They'll say, Lewis, never underestimate just how much the media is despised. People hate the establishment. They'll use this as an opportunity to stick 2 fingers up to the establishment. Okay. Now, the problem with that, of course, was this was always going to be an imperfect vehicle to neutralise the process around the alleged impropriety or the suggestion of impropriety, because so what if Clacton re-elects you? That's a political decision, so sure, but there is a process decision which goes on in terms of the rules of that.
Oh, well then, in that case, I can't give a duck. Yes, America has wheelie bins. I've had wheelie bins my entire life.
House of Commons that will be ongoing irrespective of what happens with the by-election. It was problematic for a second reason, which is that it is not clear necessarily.
Yeah, it's true. The proper pronunciation is Doctor Wu.
It's pronouns. Lex.
Da Lex. I love the da Lex. Thank you for the $10 Australian, Matthew H.
Necessarily that the people of Clacton will really understand why it is that they've been forced to the polls again and why it is necessary for them to vote. And the
I'm sorry. I know I'm being incredibly obtuse, but it's very funny.
third problem, of course, is this. So I don't think that this is going to neutralise his problem around his financial affairs. And I think that the way it's gone, which I think probably was predictable, is creating a new problem for him. I don't think he's just got a problem around his financial affairs at this point, Sheila. I think he's got a potentially really significant credibility problem. He is going to be spending the next 6 weeks, while Sandy Burnham is getting on with the business of government, fighting it out with a bin. And that the problem with for Farage is he's usually got a really sure political touch and a sense of where the country is and how things are going to...
Dulex.
Ah, the Dulex. I love them. They're such cool, silly little guys.
play out. I think the problem with his position, he himself has put himself in...
Are there hot people at the by-election? Always.
Is that at the start of this year, what Reform wanted to do was expand their appeal. They wanted to make sure they were not just hitting 20% or 25%, but 30%, 35%, maybe even higher. To do that, they had to assuage and assure voters who had previously been a bit sniffy about Farage, a bit uncertain about Farage, thought that maybe he's a bit eccentric, a bit fringe, a bit odd, a bit out.
Okay, bye Matthew H. But
Victor
I do know how to
Marx
pronounce
was always
it.
going on about advancing
Daleks.
the dialectic through his spirit karate.
It's true. Victor Marx, Doctor Who's strongest foe. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. The only thing powerful enough to oppose spirit karate is Cajun karate. I just, I think Victor Marx would be someone who would get a visit from the doctor. It's true.
There may be even a bit extreme that he wasn't that he was a prime minister in waiting. You know what prime ministers in waiting don't do, Sheila? They don't spend the month of July and August arguing with something that you put in your garden. That does not happen. And the worry is, for Farage, is that this reaffirms and reasserts all of those worries.
Yeah, dialectic materialism, for sure. 100%. You guys got it.
That were in those voters' heads to begin with. And they just think, you know what, this guy, he's saying he's the Prime Minister in waiting, why doesn't he act like it?
Also, I noticed in James O'Brien's slot this morning, when Robert Jenrick was standing in for James...
sure that went down well with the audience.
Well, that his argument, just with some of them it did, but not many. His argument was that, and I'm not buying it, but I'd love to know whether you've heard things I haven't heard.
Karate related to spirit science.
That's a secret that only those who have unlocked their clown chakras will know.
His argument was that long before Tuesday's announcement, MPs and parts of the media were pushing for a by-election in Clacton. And I don't remember that. I do remember I've had a couple of conversations with people, possibly yourself, saying if he gets sanctioned to the tune of 2 weeks suspension from Parliament, that can lead to a recall and therefore a by-election.
If the doctor changed from male to female, does that mean he's transgender? I mean, I would say that the doctor transcends gender. You know? I think technically the answer would be yes, as we understand it.
I didn't call for one. I haven't heard you call for one. I certainly didn't hear...
I think there should be by-elections every week, but I'm not just talking about his constituency. I think it should happen at random.
But he was claiming MPs were calling for it and are now too chicken to stand. They didn't.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm sure some MPs probably did, but the fact is that there was a process that was ongoing with it. And look, Farage has chosen to try and get ahead of that process. That's his prerogative. He thinks that a political absolution via Clacton will just wipe the slate clean, tabula rasa, and just basically...
He did, though. There is a lady doctor. Yeah, I'm saying that, Doctor Who is trans. You know?
Go, right, we're moving on now. Of course, he might will that And he might gamble that that has happened, but there's no particular reason that it should happen because, as I say, that process will keep going. And look, it may well be that at any given moment that his political opponents wanted a by-election, would want another by-election. I think most of them probably meant, when they said that, if they did say it, for the process to conclude properly so that voters in Clacton had the full facts at their disposal. Now, I happen to think that probably he's right, that Clacton, irrespective of that, it's a rock-solid Reform seat. He's got a really big profile there. Generally speaking, people really like him there, that they would re-elect him anyway. But it doesn't necessarily... A democratic vote and a democratic absolution does not necessarily
change the rules
of the House of Commons. No.
But under the rules, somebody has to declare all their interests or public life interests.
Personally, I think a being that dies and reincarnates multiple times over the course of hundreds of years would be gender fluid, the final form of gender, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably close to what the Doctor is, you know, kind of transcends the idea of a binary gender spectrum.
Before they became an MP, if he gets elected again in August, he's presumably relying on hoping that only from now to last August is taken into account.
Well, this is the problem with this sort of democratic argument, this sort of political argument, which is, you know, on the basis of the Reform logic, there would be no rules of the House of Commons. Because everybody would have been elected. Every single MP, not just Farage, have got their own mandates. They've got their own democratic mandates from their own electorates. What's the point of having any rules? And this is actually...
There are no rules! If, Reform doesn't care about rules, in the same way MAGA doesn't care about rules. You know, Reform is out there essentially championing Nigel Farage. And, they're fine breaking the rules as long as their guys break the rules. You know? As long as it doesn't come back to bite them, they're fine with it.
I mean, fundamentally, in a way, you've got a little microcosm here of the sort of populist argument versus the kind of institutionalist one that we've become very familiar with over the years. Trump has obviously pushed this to the max as well, which is that what matters, rules don't matter, institutions don't matter. These are all just rather sort of petty constraints. What matters is democratic energy. What matters is democratic legitimacy, which is conferred on you by the voters. And there can be a clash between those two things. I mean, what I would say is that Reform are generally at their weakest when they try and import and transplant and transpose American politics and American political trends onto our own.
Into Britain,
So it is true to say that in the United States, you know, frankly, at this point, I mean, look at what we've seen with Trump this week with the personal enrichment. He's basically been bragging about, you know, boasting about, basically saying, you know, I'm getting rich, you're getting rich, doesn't matter, you know, all that sort of stuff. Imagine a British politician saying that. It would not fly, right? It would not fly for all sorts of reasons. Our democracy, frankly, at this point, is still healthier than the United States, in the sense that in the US, left or right, particularly with Trump and MAGA, you know, as he himself has often said, he can do pretty much anything, and it doesn't matter because politics is viewed through such a part.
I love that so much of this is them just talking about the overarching, political realities in the UK, after both quietly admitting that, Count Binface is a, real force in the modern political system.
Lens. We're probably becoming a little bit more like that over time. We're definitely getting more polarised, but we ain't there yet. And we haven't got a sufficiently radicalised bit of the population. They spend, I fear, and have increasingly spent too much time online being victims of the things that they often accuse us of in the media, of simply listening to our own people and listening to our own echo chambers. They are being bent out of shape, I would say, Reform at the moment, by the power of their own algorithms.
Interesting. Do we know the date yet of this?
No, I don't think the writ has been... It's being moved, isn't it? I don't think Lee Anderson's actually moved the writ yet. So
there's still
August 13th.
Time for people to...
I think it's now... He's no longer an MP for us, right? Because he's accepted this, Crown Office of the, this absurd thing that we do rather than being resigned. The bailiff of the Baron of Northstead, or the steward of the...
Steward and
Chiltern,
bailiff of the
steward of the Chiltern
North.
Hundreds is the other one that you can't resign as a member of the House of
Can
Commons.
you make your own up? Could I be the bailiff and steward of Anfield or something?
Well, no, I don't think so. You could try and get them to give you another Crown Office if you like, Sheila. I don't know. We'll see what's available. I don't think there's a whole list. Well, that is the ultimate Crown Office, and I'm not sure about what old Camilla would think about that. I think she fought hard to get that in various ways. I'm not sure she would terribly appreciate Queen Sheila coming along and usurping.
In various ways, I think we'll leave it at that. It is predicted the first week of August, 6th, I think.
Something to look forward to in the dog days.
Yeah, actually, I'm going away on my holidays for the last 2 weeks of July, so that'll be my little present when I get back.
Little presents. Nice little by-election to cover. Yeah.
I really thought this video was... Like, this video's titled Louis Goodall Unpacks Count Binface's Funding, and there's been very little discussion about the financing of Count Binface.
Between that, I mean, I don't know when the polling is going to happen between the Bin and Farage and so. I mean, who knows? The problem Farage has got, just quickly, in terms of his legitimacy, of course, Sheila, is like, if it is just him and the Bin, the Count. Apologies. Yeah. He is an aristocrat. Should be in the House of Lords, really. What is an acceptable, non-embarrassing percentage of the vote that he can win? That Farage, like 10%, 20%, 25% of the vote is what the non-conservative Reform got at the last election. But if he's getting 30 or 40%, I mean, how can you emerge from that, Farage, with your credibility enhanced, which is what he was trying to affect and achieve?
I think you're being small c conservative for the Count here.
Counts often are.
Yeah. There were around 25, did some maths yesterday when you were out. There were around 20.
Was getting milk.
You were out, you just weren't anywhere near me.
Went down the chip shop.
25,000 or so votes, other than the ones that were given to Nigel Farage. So if all of them, they're not all going to vote for Binface, obviously the Count, but if they did, or even half of them did, that would be a shocker.
And you can never I mean, they're getting away, again, your commentator and WhatsApp. I mean, you know, this is the online world these people are being dragged into. I've seen tweets in the last 24 hours, Sheila, from Reform people, literally...
This is the thing. Get off of Twitter. Like, get off of Twitter. Stop being on Twitter. Twitter's terrible. Twitter's full of Nazis. The guy who runs it is a Nazi. We have empirical evidence from studies done on Twitter specifically that the algorithm literally makes you more conservative over time, whether or not you agree with conservative policies. Get off of Twitter. It's not real life, and also it sucks. It's full of Nazis, and it sucks. Get your friends to migrate over to, like, Blue Sky or something. Like, it's time to ditch it. It's terrible.
Saying, we need to find out who funds this guy. Lads, no one funds him. He's a bin. He's a bin. He doesn't need...
Oh, there he goes. We did it. It took 12 minutes, but we finally got to it.
Need funding, exactly. You know, he can go down the dump and the recycling centre and, you know, whatever is in his innards, like, sort of take him out his head. Like, you're being taken down a vortex of absurdity. This is the position you put yourself into. You're having to now go online and say with a straight face, ask the question, we need to get some stuff on this guy. We need to be finding out who funds him. He's nobody, and you've put yourself up against nobody via the consequences of your own actions.
Yeah, but that's what makes him so fucking powerful. Like, he's nobody. You're putting your entire political machine into attack mode to go after nobody. You just tire yourself out going after empty air, you know? And so, like, it is, in a way, it's kind of brilliant. And it's a very strange way to see somebody break a political machine, and yet here we are, you know? Because it is all ridiculous, and he's been very, very honest and open about it. It only costs like a handful of dollars to run in these elections. It doesn't cost him a lot of money. Guys, he barely innovates the suit. You know, he built the suit. And now all he has to do is occasionally take a break from his job and spend some dollars to go around and talk to the press about his vendetta against a hand dryer machine, you know? Like, dude is able to do it because he has no political machine whatsoever. He just shows up and makes fun of everybody and lets them kind of, like, I don't know, indict themselves.
Oh, I don't think he's nobody anymore.
Well, no, with apologies to the Count. No, well, no, he's being. I think it's fair to say that if someone's won so far this week, it is the Count's PR.
It is. On Sigma 9.
Take off that mask.
On Sigma 9.
Let's see what's underneath. Let's see who's really in there.
Thank you, Lewis.
Luke, I am your father.
Lewis Goodall. And if you plan to
Nigel,
put a bin
I am
on your
your
head
father.
and go and camp.
I just everything is so silly right now. It's maximum silly. It's maximum silly, and honestly, I'm kind of here for it.
The country's sick of Starmer. He's only in year 2. You voted him in with a crazy landslide, but he didn't know what to do. Now there's fun of Bloke and West Street. They got out lost your palace coup. They might be better than Farage, but so's anything. Now you know what to do. So am I voting for Ben Face? I'm standing for the people who make it real. Voting for Ben Face. Treat you to a baby's yet on me. You got Nigel's crypto millions, and the Tories got no chance. And as for the Greens, they're really something. If you want to hypnotize your booze, but boy, you got a friend in Bedface. Democracy's in trouble. You all need someone who makes some sense. I pledge all 99 flake ice creams.
Critical support for Ben Face.
Gonna bring back CPACs. I'll nationalize Adele. They say, tell me aren't you that naughty guy? And I say, I'm the same one this time. Voting for Ben Face. I'm standing for the people who make it real. Voting for Ben Face.
I don't know that he'd come.
It's time to show the bastards how you feel. Put on my rocket shoes and I boarded my plane. Touchdown in a land called Megafield. Make it great again.
Incredible stuff. Also, just one other piece of breaking news here, real quick. Thought I had it prepped already, and yet here we are. Was it this one? I think this was maybe it.
Good evening, Count. How are you? And you.
But it's my pleasure to take part, and it's my honour to be
Welcome to my constituency. Which is yours again? This one? Wigan. Yeah, Wigan.
Actually, Wigan. Yeah. You're going to be neighbours.
Yeah. Well, they again.
We were.
How far do you go?
Here we are again.
Do you guys go back by the young man?
How long has it been? 16 years.
And of course, these is a younger 18, 50,
You can still beat me in the 10K, don't you?
It's a lovely place.
Yeah, likewise. Well done. You've added a lot to the company.
Now this all this schmoozing, of course, between him and Andy Burnham, worth noting. He's been officially endorsed.
The legends that we're here to honour have not shied away from politics in their career, but I promise you, I'm not going to talk politics to you tonight, except to say this. Count Binface, you are carrying the hopes of the nation. Don't let us down.
That's right, folks. Andy Burnham has endorsed Count Binface for the Clacton by-election. Oh, everything's so silly. I just, pretty soon the entire UK gonna be voting for Binface. But not just for Makerfield. Voting for Binface. Silly but so based, right? I mean, Andy Burnham isn't gonna go far enough, sadly. But hopefully the election of Count Binface, if successful, will allow better politics to thrive in the UK. Like, the best case scenario here is that Count Binface absolutely destroys the far right of, British politics for the next generation. Which would be really, really great. So anyway, folks, if you got anything out of that, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible. And get organized. If a man with a bin for a head, a space alien superhero with a bin for a head can make a difference in UK politics simply by showing up, so can you. All right? So join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help, we'll help you take those first steps. Join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And folks, also, can't remember if I asked you all to leave a comment, but leave a comment on this video because it really helps in the algorithm. And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. And we just got a restock in all of the sizes, and we also have a new color in stock. So go check that out, ImogeneOlivia.com. And let's keep on going. Oof. For Makerfield, he only got 95 votes total. That's true. However, he's polling well for this one. People really fucking hate Nigel Farage. And he seems to be the most popular other candidate running. Will the bin take out the rubbish? The garbage? We'll have to see. August 13th. Hope so. A defeat for Nigel Farage is frankly a win for the entire world. I wish I could vote for Binface indeed. Unknown. 95 votes, give him more credit than that. He was 7th out of 14 candidates. Indeed. This is to be for Clacton? Well, yeah. But there's a difference between the Makerfield by-election and the Clacton by-election. So we'll see. See how he does. Does this mean Gwar should run for president? I don't know. What are Gwar's policies? Maybe. Be a bitchin' inauguration ceremony. All right. Folks, if you got anything out of the show today, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and do consider supporting the show because you guys make this program possible. Couldn't do it without your financial support. And we got a little song to let you know what to do. go. This is actually a huge problem we have on the left. We often frame our candidates' polling in the terms of the least enticing variable attached to it. Not sure I follow exactly what you mean by that. Voting for Ben Fay. Everyone should do it. It's your duty. Voting for Ben Fay. Oh, I see what you mean. Why do we say Donald Trump is a 30-something% approval when we could say he is a 70% disapproval? I don't know. I think it's trying to convey different things depending on how you frame it, you know? Would you be interested in having Berman Supreme on your show? I don't know. I don't know if I'm good at interacting with people who are doing a character like that. Like I'm a bit too sincere pilled to you know, I've been sincerity maxing, so it's hard for me to interact with somebody who's doing a bit like that. Sincerity maxing is the funniest thing I've heard in weeks. I'm glad. Because genuinely, I do think that's what, like, I think that's what a lot of you guys like about me. Like, I am not fronting when I come on this show. Outside of, you know, putting on, like, a friendly affect and demeanor, I guess. But that's just, like, because it's polite and I'm doing a performance. But, like, I do genuinely deeply care about the things I talk about. They showed your Twitch logo on CNN when talking about radical leftists on Twitch. What? Can you tell me what the segment was called, and I can look it up? Because links don't get transmitted in Twitch chat. That'd be pretty funny though. I do want to see that. Radical leftists on Twitch, like Riverboat Jack. Yeah, I saw what you linked.
I
and
like that
I
Jack
can't
is
give a
so committed to the sin of empathy, as some would call it.
It's true. I'm terribly, terribly sinful if one considers empathy a sin. You should use it as promotional material if it is. Yeah. Does that mean she's bigger than Hassan? No, I've got to get at least several major American think tanks to write pieces about how I need to be stopped. How do I do that? Just tell me what like the segment was named. I can't click links. They get censored into 3 asterisks. Just like type or copy paste the title of the video. Caring about people sounds like socialism. That's because it is. Oh, okay, never mind. It was a Rickroll. That makes a lot of sense. Thought maybe so. But one day, my logo will be flashed for a brief second while talking about radical leftist influencers online. One day, I will be on the Antifa list. Damn it, I thought we achieved our goal. No, like, guys, being talked about on CNN for like half a second is not making it. I'm still not bigger than Hassan. We got more work to do. Damn those links, I'm sorry. All right, folks. I am in a lot of pain, so I'm going to be done for the night. Tomorrow, I might be getting a similarly late start just because life is crazy on Tuesdays. But on Wednesday, we might get an early start as well to just kind of make up for the late starts. And tomorrow, we will be doing Rudyard, a new Rudyard video. And yeah, appreciate all y'all. Thought Dana Fash was going to hear that I told her to fuck off. I'm sorry, Uncle Gumbald. Hope you feel better soon. I think I'll wake up feeling better. Get good sleep, everybody. Thank you for supporting the show. Thank you for being here. Hope you all have a great evening. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.
The country's sick of Starmer. He's only in year 2. You voted him in with a crazy landslide, but he didn't know what to do. Now there's burning blood in West Street. They got out lost your palace coup. They might be better than Barrage, but so's anything. Now you know what to do. So am I voting for Big Face. I'm standing for the people that make a feel. Voting for Big Face. Treat you to a bad piece yet on me. You got Nigel's crypto millions, and the Tories got no chance. And as for the Greens, they're really something. If you wanna hypnotize your boobs, but boy, you got a friend in Bitface. Democracy's in trouble. You all need someone who makes some sense. I pledged all 99 flake ice creams, but only cost 99 pence. Gonna bring back CPACs. I'll nationalize Adele. They say, tell me aren't you that naughty guy? And I say, I'm the same one this time. Voting for Big Face. I'm standing for the people that make me feel. Voting for Big Face. It's time to show the bastards how you feel. Put on my rocket shoes and I boarded my plane. Touchdown in a land called Megafield. Make it